Deal.
All right, remember this story we did a couple of months ago about a DNA tech who was faking the results to get people convicted?
An internal investigation found Yvonne Missy Woods manipulated data and posted incomplete test results in criminal cases.
Forensic scientist who worked on multiple high-profile cases, like Kobe Bryant's sexual assault investigation, could be forcing thousands of retrials.
Then she was arrested and was facing something like 100 felony counts.
A former state forensic scientist is now facing dozens of criminal charges after she was accused of manipulating data in more than 1,000 cases. Yvonne Missy Woods is in Jefferson County Jail tonight facing 102 felonies.
So we have a major update on the story. Let's talk about it. This is Yvonne Missy Woods. She was a former forensic scientist at the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, commonly known as CBI, and she worked there for 29 years, from January 1994 to November 2023. Now, Yvonne Missy Woods is a 29-year veteran of the state's crime lab. She's considered one of the best and most trusted DNA analysts in the country. Her work has essentially never been...
You lost more weight. Good job, dude.
Question. Now, the state of Colorado started random audits of the crime lab's work. After a routine audit, the crime lab found some anomalies in some of the DNA evidence.
Sure, we were first notified, we being the elected district attorneys here in Colorado, that they had the Colorado Bureau of Investigation had identified these anomalies in
I'm eating curry peas and soy chunks.
This forensic scientist work. We were first notified on November 6th of 2023. And of course, our first thought was she has worked on thousands upon thousands of cases in Colorado. What's the scope of this? What's the impact going to be on our pending cases and past cases that we've obtained convictions in?
I mean, have you ever seen something like this before? How shocking and wide-reaching is this?
This is beyond any...
Chances are this idiot was falsifying evidence because she thought she was going to be putting like horrible criminals away, and she was doing this for righteous reasons. I can guarantee you this happens a lot throughout the police, throughout like these forensic agencies. This is why we need AI for some of this stuff where it can be impartial.
Anything that I think any of us have ever seen.
Remember when NBA star Kobe Bryant was arrested for sexual assault in Colorado? Well, Yvonne Missy Woods is the DNA tech who handled that particular case. She was the one who identified Kobe Bryant's DNA at the scene. And if Missy Woods had been faking results all this time, then that brings into question cases like the Kobe Bryant case. So now the crime lab had to notify both the prosecution and all these defendants that this was going on and that some of the evidence could be compromised.
In a letter to district attorneys on Monday,
it's kind of weird too, because I remember Kobe Bryant talked about that, and the way he like was talking about it, he was like, I have no recollection of this. So that was likely a load of bullshit.
Current director of CBI told them the agency might have information about Woods that could affect her credibility in court. According to the letter, there were anomalies in her work. The director wrote CBI is not only compiling a list of cases Woods may have worked on, but also finalizing plans to prioritize and retest cases.
Now, after the news came out that this DNA tech was possibly manipulating data, jeopardizing cases, defense attorneys started filing lawsuits to get their clients out of prison.
Yvonne Missy Woods. She was the lead scientist in charge of analyzing DNA for the trial.
Well, I think that was the reason he was convicted, because they were saying there was DNA evidence putting him at the crime.
Just so you know, I threw another party with balloons and champagne celebrating that you made a worst of the fitness industry about me. I feel so happy. Please keep it up.
Yeah, that's nice. Thanks, Brandon Carter.
Missy Woods in Hunter's case is now under investigation. Days before filing the lawsuit, Burden learned CBI found anomalies in her work.
It gave us more impetus and it validated our suspicions.
A court dismissed Hunter's case initially, the lawsuit says, after Woods incorrectly identified the victim's hairs as Hunter's. 10 months after the crime, new evidence of hair surfaced.
What led to a conviction was a hair follicle that was given to CBI somehow.
The lawsuit is demanding for all biological evidence to be handed over so it can be retested.
And my other question is, how many other people are in prison based on irregular evidence.
So now, after an initial review by the state, it says that evidence in about 3,000 cases may need to be retested at a cost of $7 million to taxpayers.
The CBI now estimating about 3,000 cases are going to need retesting. All this after learning about anomalies surrounding one investigator who'd worked with the Bureau for 29 years. The retesting could end up costing the state millions of dollars. It's Missy Woods that is under criminal investigation after someone found these so-called anomalies in her work. She is no longer an employee of the Bureau. CBI thinks about 3,000 cases are going to need to be retested by a third-party lab.
All right, give me a second to pay some bills. This is a paid advertisement for Rumble Wallet. They are sponsoring this portion of the show. Now, let me clear something. Comment, it'll take you to official rules for complete details. Again, this was a paid advertisement for Rumble Wallet. So the state then spent the money and retested something like 3,000 cases, and here's what they found.
CBI says it's finished reviewing the caseload of a former DNA analyst who's accused of manipulating data over the course of her nearly 30-year career. An update posted to CBI's website shows the review of every single case that Missy Woods was involved in that's been completed. The agency has now identified just over 1,000 impacted cases. Wow. An internal affairs investigation started in October of last year and found Woods purposefully deleted data.
So now they've reviewed the cases, they've seen the problems, and they decided to charge this former CBI analyst with over 100 crimes.
102 charges related to 58 cases of alleged criminal misconduct dating back to 2008. According to
Imagine just minding your own fucking business, and this random deranged cunt just decides to ruin your life.
the arrest affidavit, dozens of agencies around the state are involved. Some of the cases involved are serious and high-profile cases like numerous homicides, sexual assaults, robberies, burglaries, and even sexual assaults and trafficking involving children, all of which our legal analyst points out rely heavily on DNA data in court. CBI estimated the cost of Woods' alleged misconduct is a whopping $11 million. Woods is currently being held on a $50,000 bond. Her first court appearance will be tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Missy Woods was a prosecutorial rock star. She strode into court with an air of confidence about it. She was qualified as an expert witness more than 500 times in criminal cases. And on the other hand, we know some things about this investigation that's going on, including her admission in November of 2023 that she deleted some DNA data in her testing process because she wanted to shortcut additional steps that would have been required. So on that hand, it's not a surprise.
And there's already been some evidence of cases being botched and some criminals being essentially given a free pass because the state can't trust what this DNA crime analyst did.
One of the cases she allegedly botched was the murder of Tamara Dean Harney's father.
When this trial started, we were confident the evidence would deliver a sentence of life in prison until CBI was called into question.
Tamara's dad, Roger Dean, was murdered 40 years ago. Just last week, the man accused of killing him got a much lighter sentence than usual because of Woods' alleged involvement in handling the case's DNA.
So with all this evidence against the DNA analyst, it seems like an open and shut case. But Missy Woods says no, she is not guilty.
A big step today in the case against a former DNA scientist accused of intentionally manipulating lab results in more than 1,000 criminal cases across Colorado.
And Ms. Woods would be entering pleas of not guilty as to all of the counts.
Yvonne Missy Woods, the former forensic scientist with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, is denying all wrongdoing. She's facing more than 100.
Usually in cases like this, they do it for righteous reasons where they think, oh, I have to lie and fabricate evidence, otherwise the criminals are going to get away. So usually that's what this sort of stuff is.
Felony charges, accused of tampering with DNA evidence in criminal cases throughout her nearly 30-year career with the agency.
Now listen, I understand she pled not guilty, but the evidence here was overwhelming. They had her dead to rights. They just had her dead to rights. So Missy Woods was looking at lifetime in prison, or you can make some type of deal. And obviously she made a deal.
As Yvonne Missy Woods walked toward the courthouse Tuesday morning, something she'd done an untold number of times during 29 years with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, she faced a day that would be unlike any other in her life.
Count 1, cybercrime, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
She uttered that word 3 more times. To perjury.
You're not guilty.
Guilty.
Attempting to influence a public official.
Guilty.
And forgery.
Guilty.
In providing the factual basis for the charges, prosecutor Darren Kafka laid out examples, including Woods having committed perjury in the 2014 murder trial of Ryan Hicks.
Ms. Woods was asked by counsel for Mr. Hicks whether her testimony had fully disclosed all of the DNA work she had completed in this case. Ms. Woods knowingly gave a materially false answer to this question while under oath.
Now, after pleading guilty, Missy Woods is going to face a judge September 8th, and that judge can give her anywhere between 8 years as the minimum and 16 years as the maximum. How much time do you think Missy Woods should get? Now, if you're asking me, I think a just sentence would be life in prison, and I'll tell you why. If she is falsifying evidence that's getting people locked away for life sentences, then I think it's only fair that she face that same punishment.
Dude, she tampered with thousands of fucking cases. Yeah, she should get fucking life. That's just crazy.
Brothers are being embarrassed all over social media with yet another total defense fail. We're getting that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own.
Dude, this is going so bad for them. Like, everyone's finding out they're just complete frauds.
Judge, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, as we watch the Tate brothers battle against extradition from the United States to the United Kingdom for some very serious charges. And they are trying to stay in the U.S. to fight that extradition and not be sent to the U.K. But what they've sent is, well, not their best. And, you know, here's a picture of Andrew and Tristan, in case you're not familiar with them, laughing. But the only thing laughable in my totally neutral legal assessment here is their defense, is McBride, and what he presented to the court as evidence that they should be let out on bail, because it met none of the actual legal requirements. It was a whole lot of stuff that meant absolutely nothing. And we're going to get right into that after a word from today's sponsor. So if you guys are able to travel, unlike the Tate brothers, I've got something to tell you about, because who has allegedly millions of fans all across the world, this petition to stop the extradition of the Tate brothers after 90 days only has 1,492 signatures. So that makes me wonder, especially with a lot of people out there on social media and a lot of social media in general. I'm looking at you, Twitch, Kick, YouTube. I mean, there's bots out there. These numbers are heavily inflated. A lot of times, you know, it makes me almost want to believe in the dead internet theory. There's times in which these people claim to have millions and millions of followers around the world, but if you actually look at the numbers, you actually look at the people coming through, it just doesn't line up there. So that's one thing that was very interesting to me. But we're going to get into what was actually said, and this is a document which I broke down in an entire live stream. So if you want to see me going over the entire document, all almost 30 pages of it, you can check out my live stream and see all of that there. But we're going to focus on the conclusion, because the conclusion really distills all of the main points they spent 30 pages making, and we're going to debunk that piece by piece here. Not because, once again, I'm coming at this from a neutral position, but from the fact that it doesn't agree with the law. Let's look at what they say here. So this is by McBride and their fellow counsel. This is in defense of Tate. They say the government does not dispute the facts that matter most. The Tates have complied with the Romanian court orders for years. They have appeared whenever required. Romanian courts have repeatedly declined to detain them. Romania has a standing surrender order for the UK, and the Tates were arrested openly in Miami after publicly announcing where they would be. So let's stop there in the first paragraph. The thing you hear over and over and over again is Romania, 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 which makes me ask some questions, because really we don't know a lot about what's going on in Romania. A lot of those documents have not been translated into English. It's not very transparent. And honestly, looking at that, we have
thoughts on lab-grown meat. If animals aren't exploited, would you still condemn people for eating that? Well, depends on how it's made. There's vegan lab-grown meat, there's non-vegan lab-grown meat. It entirely depends on how it's made. Thanks, Ethical.
to ask questions about the Tates connections in Romania. What's really going on there? Are there shadier things going on in Romania? Who knows, right? At this point, nothing is going on in Romania because they had to drop that case for procedural deficiencies. So there's nothing really going on in Romania. So all of this compliance in Romania really doesn't matter right now, and it doesn't give you a defense on why you should not be extradited. Just because you were a good boy in whatever criminal case, in this case, another country, doesn't mean you're going to be a good boy in one involving the US and UK. Under totally different regimes with totally different enforcement, totally different level and scale here in terms of the charges, because there are some very serious charges and there are dozens of them against Andrew and Tristan. And beyond that, being arrested openly, well, they announce everywhere they go. It's not very difficult to track anybody who's on social media. So that's not really a point of for or against them, right? It's not something saying they wouldn't or couldn't flee. In fact, the whole thing with the Tates is they have a network. They could flee. They could find access. They could have somebody help them that would help them get out of the country, go somewhere, perhaps a country without an extradition treaty with the United States, one that might, we talked about Hong Kong, where they might have to negotiate individually to try to get them back. It would be a much more difficult and diplomatic endeavor. So with all of that, do they have the ability? Yes. None of that debunks the fact that they have the ability to flee. They have the financial resources to flee. None of that is proven that the Tates are broke as a joke. They don't have a dime in the bank account. They have no ability to flee. They've not proven that at all or shown that at all. And they've not shown that they have any connection to the United States that would make them stay there. Now, they have mentioned they have another court case in the United States. That's very interesting, and they can be allowed out to attend that court case. That might be a limited exception. But when you look at this here, there's nothing that would give them free bail just to run around and do whatever they want. The last thing, which is really funny here, is what remains is speculation driven by years-old social media bravado that was not even posted by Andrew and Tristan. The government's case for detention is not based on what the Tates have done, but based on what the government speculates they might do, which is very interesting because
yeah, they paid for like the most cheap bottom of the barrel dumbass lawyer they could find.
the case is indeed based on criminal charges last time I checked, and those are things that definitely need to be addressed, and whatever they said on social media is not going to...
Yeah, I heard about the new Looney Tunes movie. I don't know if it's any good.
Change that. But one big thing here is the straight up lying about control of the Of Wudan account, which has been exposed. Shout out to Cram over here, who pointed out Andrew Tate's lawyers just told a U.S. federal court that the Of Wudan account does not belong to Andrew Tate and that he did not generate these posts. However, Andrew Tate is on video saying the account is his and literally spelling out Of Wudan.
So I'm on Twitter at the moment at Of Wudan, OFWUDAN. Try and follow me on Twitter if you can.
So there you have it. Andrew Tate said this is his account. Now,
could that be perjury?
I know what the defense is here. The defense is, well, I'm just playing the Andrew Tate character, and this is my character account, which is run by other characters. And I think this is main character syndrome. I saw this with Johnny Somali, where they get so deep in this character, they believe that they can use the character as an absolute defense to criminality, to saying, hey, it was just the character that did it. It was
Chump change. Restricted photo. Can't see that. Thanks, dude.
Wasn't actually me. And you can't do that. You can't make that character be able to deflect all the blame and everything else because you've created this character and this character is blameless and innocent and does nothing wrong. That's not okay. At some point, you need to come to term with your crimes. I almost said sins there, but in this case, crimes, criminality. And you need to face the facts of, did you do this what you are accused of doing or not. Which brings me to my judgment. In my judgment, the real defense is to defeat the substantive claims, is to defeat the underlying claims in what is being brought against him. What is not going to get him out is lying, is misleading the court, is trying to use Romania, a separate country that's really not even involved in here. You're trying to drag Romania in when really Romania doesn't need to be involved. And everything the Romanians have said is leave us out of this fight. From what I can see of their public statements, the Romanians are like, this is between the US and UK. We don't want anything to do with this. So they're trying to drag Romania into this when Romania doesn't want anything to do with it. And I don't think Romania and the government of Romania is going to come out and defend the Tates, no matter how much money they spent there locally on God knows what. But let's continue here. I want to say I'm analyzing this trial from a purely legal and I try to be neutral perspective. Now, some people have said it sounds like I want the Tates thrown away. Not at all. If the evidence came out that the Tates are innocent, and that's the objective evidence, that's indeed what I want. In fact, if this prosecution is shown at any point they've agreed to settle for $17 billion. Oh, dude. That's kind of cucked. But, yeah, like, Jesus Christ, that's stupid, dude. So, apparently, you cannot make a product that is enjoyable to use if people complain about it. Okay. Thanks for the donation, chump change. To be for free speech purposes, or for the purpose, you know, it's revealed that this is a scheme by the UK. Congratulations, you're banned. See you later. To silence free speech, or to silence men, or to silence anything else, I would be the first person to blow the whistle. I'm a person who's read the Rational Mail. I believe hypergamy is real. Maybe that makes me evil. I don't know what. But I would be the first person to blow the whistle and say this is false. But everything I've seen so far puts the burden against the Tates, puts the burden against their bail, and shows me that their defense has absolutely failed. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one. I think Willie Mack might have made a dumbass video.
Andrew Tate is facing life in prison, with many of the things he's being accused of being recorded on camera by him. And his charges include beating women.
I have an idea. You know what my idea is? That's right, lock the door, you knew I was going to beat the out of you. If you behaved, I wouldn't have to hit you, would I? You can't stay in there forever.
One of which was a 15-year-old that he had sex with and sold CP of. This is all confirmed with video and using identifying information.
Did I say the word
that one's real.
Did I say the word listen?
All of the Tates' lies are crumbling around them. It's gotten to the point where their friends are having to defend them by saying having sex with 15-year-olds is legal.
They keep trying to say that he trafficked her, and I'm like, bro, number one, that chick is from Slovakia. The age of consent there is 15. What the
First of all, pretty sure that's not true. Second of all, that video was shot in the UK.
are you guys trying to say? That's what they're alleging. Oh, she was 15 when he met her. Okay, well, guess what? That was the age of consent in that country, so shut the up. But it's crazy how they're trying to paint this narrative, trying to say that they broke the law when they didn't.
It now makes perfect sense why EDP's favorite creators are Myron, the Tates, and Sneaka.
Yeah.
But the biggest lying buffoon in their corner right now is the Tates' lawyer. He tries to make the conversation about everything but the charges. He's saying that the Tates are locked up right now because they defend white men.
Andrew and Tristan's message is against that. It is, you can be a man. It's okay to be white. Your testosterone doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything.
But then a couple weeks go by and Joe McBride is making the argument that the Tates are only being arrested and mistreated because they're black.
When you are a minority person, especially if you're black or Latino in this country, you routinely go through horrible shit in the prison system.
It's, boy, how did you get in this room? Boy, why are you talking so much? Boy, we're going to make an example out of you to make sure that every...
Yeah, funny for them to be like playing the whole race card. I'm a victim because I'm brown.
The black man in the world. Shut.
This guy is a terrible, terrible lawyer, by the way. They must have gotten him on a really, really cheap retainer. As far as I can tell, this is their only lawyer, too. So they're way more broke than they're making themselves out to be if they got this one guy who's a fucking retard as their lawyer.
His mouth because he knows that this process is punishment and that we will incarcerate you, we will whip you, we will chain you, we will bind you to make you remember the storied history of this country, which means that black men cannot rise above poverty.
What, are the Tates going woke now? Is anyone else getting whiplash? Well, hang on, because their entire defense is contradiction. Joe McBride says they're American citizens. They can't go to England and face charges.
We should not send American citizens to another country where they're going to be thrown in jail.
This guy said he was going to run for Prime Minister of the UK. Why can't we send him there?
Are you serious about running for Prime Minister of the UK? I'm the only person who can save it.
They are British citizens. Tristan's got a car that's painted as the flag of England. Guys, it's gotten so pathetic. Their lawyer, Joe McBride, has gotten so desperate. He's now saying that the Tates can't be guilty because he doesn't represent people who are guilty of such horrible things.
I would never represent somebody who was guilty of these crimes. I don't represent guys who do this kinds of stuff to women. I don't represent guys who do these kinds of acts to children.
Stupid.
I can pick and choose my clients. My clients aren't assigned to me by the government.
Would you believe that he's even lying about this?
This lawyer is so dumb. Like, how did they find this guy? He's so stupid.
This guy represented a man named Keith Rainier, who ran a human trafficking sex cult. He was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison and was ordered to pay $1.75 million in damages. After Keith was found guilty, Joe McBride admitted, yeah, he did hurt some people, but I'm still going to try and appeal the ruling.
The FBI's work in this case, people here were hurt on some level.
So like not only was that clearly a lie and a bad argument, but like he's definitively a liar.
The question is about criminality. The question is about proving each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't think that the government did that in this case.
He did not win the appeal. So actually, he does represent these kind of people. He's got a history of it. The Tate's new defense strategy is to act like they're all about to be politically assassinated. Even their lawyer is talking about how he's going to be killed.
Historically, men like us are silenced. Our airplanes fly out of the sky. Our cars are driven off the road. We're shot, we're beheaded, we're executed, we're burned at the stake. That's what it is. And if that's what happens to me, or if that's what happens to them, we will go face God honorably.
You defend pedos and traffickers.
I want to live an old life and raise my 4 children.
This guy having children is terrifying.
And Andrew and Tristan have children as well.
That's also terrifying. What has been crazy to discover is the Tate's lawyer has long been entrenched in their friend group and their businesses. He does their little hand sign for the Matrix. He's shilling this thing that he calls university.com.
Go out there and be somebody. Resist the woke mind virus. You don't need to go to college. Go to university.com and enroll in our school and our program, and we'll teach you how to make money without having to go through an indoctrination camp.
Yeah, everybody walking around doing the same hand signal. That's not indoctrination. Don't go to college. Pay the guys doing vagina hand signals money.
It's every father and every mother in America who wants to send their son or daughter to a school that doesn't fill them with all kinds of chemicals in their body, who wants to send their son or daughter to a school where a boy can be a boy and a girl can be a girl, who wants to send their son or daughter to a school where there's not some crazy flag in the room that everybody needs to bow to instead of saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
You guys want to know what university.com is? It's just Andrew Tate's school, just under a slightly different color scheme. If you scroll down to the reviews section, there's Tristan Tate talking about it using its real name.
What were you doing before you joined the real world?
So his marketing for the school is him saying it's going to save your kid from turning gay. I've seen the Tate protest outside of the prison. It's literally grown men getting on the ground and calling him daddy. He's selling his students a crypto coin called Daddy Tate.
I was just doubling down on the school, and I was planting the real world token. I launched a daddy coin.
And then he rug pulled them. So on one hand, he's literally raping women, and on the other hand, he's monetarily raping his students. And dude, his school is completely lacking security, leaving all of his students' information completely vulnerable. Andrew Tate's school runs off an open source Discord clone called Revolt. People know this because the file server is still the same stock names of Autumn and January. The owner of Revolt reached out and asked the Tate school to license it. They told him he could either work for them for $120,000 or try and sue them. But they set up a bunch of ghost offshore companies so he'll never find them. So think about this. They stole Revolt, which is open source, built a school around it with over 800,000 accounts, and then told the owner to screw off. So it didn't take long afterwards for the school to get hacked. The hackers started uploading all of these LGBT emojis. One of the emojis is just Andrew Tate with a big ass. They're making AI images of him at pride events. They're spelling out Tate loves kissing femboys. And Andrew is a cute gay gooner. Guys, they didn't customize the back end of the school at all, so the hackers could just go in and give themselves admin permission. They timed out Andrew Tate from his own school. Every message was leaked. They could see every active account's user ID, email, password, and the token to reset anyone's password. So if they wanted to, they could steal their accounts. Over 300,000 emails and usernames were leaked in the data breach. So that means if these guys are using the same email and password combinations, they could be hacked. They could be targeted with spams and scams. And I got a feeling that these guys easily fall for scams. And unless these guys are signed up to a service which warns them when their information is leaked in a data breach, they would never know. That's why I reached out to Cloak to sponsor this video. It's because this school is so bad. When the hack was reported on, Andrew Tate lied. Thank you, Cloak, for sponsoring this video. What I also find interesting is the school class is leaked as well, and they're just telling their students to lie to try and sell the real world to more people. It says just tell people that you made thousands of dollars from the real world school. Nick Monroe then showed me that these students are making and posting these videos even though it's clearly a lie.
I have made thousands of dollars in the real world. Guys, there is no better platform teaching side hustles than this. I tried Googling crypto, trying to do it myself. I ended up losing $10,000.
Bro, if you're desperate enough to sign up for this shit, you don't have $10,000 to lose.
Guys, don't try to do it yourself. Join the real world today and learn from the experts. Click the link in my bio.
Click the link and you could be scammed and have all of your data leaked like me. This guy paid to be told to lie to people. The Tates are telling their most loyal supporters to take advantage of other people, and it doesn't once cross their mind that maybe they're the ones being lied to and taken advantage of. The Tates have built an empire off of lying, scamming, and exploitation. And now it's at the point where it isn't going to work anymore. The Tates are claiming that they don't have water, they have no access to commissary, aren't allowed to make calls, and the DOJ responded proving they're lying, showing their commissary receipt for a single day. Their lawyer
they're genuinely pathetic.
is tweeting about how they're starving and hungry. They're down 13 pounds. Imagine a single Snickers bar lasting 3 days between two men. They're eating multiple candy bars a day. They're lying. Imagine being exposed by Doritos. The DOJ says they're lying about every claim they make when it comes to the conditions of their housing. These guys are tweeting from jail. Think about it. How are they doing that? Well, it's because they're calling people who have access to their accounts and are telling them what to tweet. They are flat out lying. One of the funniest things to happen during this extradition process is the Tates arguing that they should be let go because they're not a flight risk. They say that they've complied to everything with the Romanian case. Well, in response, Romania sent an English translated document to the DOJ arguing the exact opposite. It says that Andrew and Tristan have continuously tampered with the witnesses and victims, trying to bribe or intimidate them when they shouldn't be contacting them at all. They say that they're hiding property from seizure, laundering money. They point out that the Tates have fake passports, access to private jets and yachts. They show tweets of Andrew saying, "You need money in another country. You need a bug out spot and a second passport in a bank nobody knows about. Can you run or not? Get foreign incomes and property and passports and driver's licenses. You can't ban me from drawing. I have 9 licenses. You can't freeze my passports. I have 4. You can't take my money. It's everywhere. I talk about it here."
If I fuck up big time and England wants me in jail, I can fly on a Nigerian passport, or an American, or an English, or a Polish, or an Estonian. I have so many fucking passports. What, are you gonna block them all? I've got 4 more I haven't even named on YouTube. They can't stop me traveling. There's always a passport I can pull out. There's always a driver's license I can pull out. If you ban one, I've got another one. I've got bank accounts in 19 countries.
This idiot is literally linking what's going to keep him in jail. He's tweeting that he's above the law.
I've got 10 passports and 55 bank accounts, and that's what you need to have you money. You can't just sit in America with one passport.
That sounds bad.
That sounds
like
you're like on the run.
Yes, he's doing this because he's always known what he's doing was illegal.
The easiest way to become above the law is to be under lots of different jurisdictions. If you have 10 different passports, it's much harder to constrain you.
Lock him up. The DOJ found that Tristan Tate had fake passports under the name Vladimir Scorpius. The Tate's lawyer argues that it was just for a Halloween costume.
Vladimir Scorpius passport from Mexico.
He was using this to set up fake bank accounts.
printed on cardboard, was a prop from a Halloween costume. And by the way, Vladimir Scorpius is a Bond villain. These morons, these jerk-offs put that in motion. Like, look, this is indicia of flight. It's a fake passport from a freaking James Bond costume from a party. These people are so retarded.
But then the UK revealed that he was creating shell companies under this name. CoffeeZilla showed that he was using this passport when signing up for alternative payment processors.
They come from TransferWise. This is a payment processor. Now it's just known as Wise. This account was flagged for AML KYC reasons, anti-money laundering reasons. That's what AML means.
Andrew Tate once tweeted, "It would take international cooperation to slow me down, and that's rare." Well, that's what's happening right now. Romania, the UK, and the United States government are all sharing information to try and bring these guys to justice. And you know what? They asked for it.
You know I'm here, so come get me. Come extradite me. If you have such a strong case, extradite.
They talk tough.
I am going to go back. I've heard that England have some criminal case on me. I'm going to fly my ass in there and knock on the door to Bedfordshire Police, say, what do you idiots want?
The Tates are fighting the extradition because they're facing life in prison. In my opinion, these guys are choosing to lie because they know they can't win. So their only hope is to delay the process for as long as possible and pray that Trump intervenes. They're desperately trying to appeal to him.
Pray for our president that he's the right guy in there because God appointed him to be the head of this country to take on this battle of good versus evil at this time. And you
like
don't
do anything.
betray your generals. You don't betray your warriors. Warriors on the battlefield, sometimes bad things happen on the battlefield.
The bad things that happened is child trafficking and CP.
He should not extradite 2 citizens because some schmuck wearing a wig and some idiot who hates America with a funny accent says that they did something bad in 1812. Doesn't matter. That's not how we do things here.
That is how we do things here. 20 people have been extradited to the UK since 2020. Guys, Epstein was convicted of crimes that he committed a decade earlier. Should he be let free? I swear, if Epstein had a podcast and he just blamed everything on the Matrix, these guys would be defending him. This guy is so desperate, he's like tweeting out that Donald Trump signed his tweet. He's posting AI slop to try and appeal to Trump.
No extradition without Trump's permission! Americans first!
So will Trump block the extradition? I don't think so. There's reports from the White House of Donald Trump saying
so
F the Tates.
The Trump administration, because what I'm hearing that literally this weekend, Donald Trump was, somebody brought to his attention, mentioned the Tate brothers, and he literally turned around and said, the Tates.
And if he said that, that would be unfortunate.
But who knows? Andrew Tate is a psychopath. I briefly touched on how Andrew Tate is suing his critics, but he's also reportedly sending war room members to the prosecutors' houses to try and intimidate them.
I've been put under surveillance.
Really?
Yeah.
Who by do you think?
I was put under surveillance by those associated with Tate.
At their behest?
That would be my conclusion based on my opinion and belief, yes.
Andrew Tate brags about doing
I
it.
don't understand the levels I will go to. I'm that guy. And the guy, and he, as soon as he could feel it, and he felt it because people turned up at his door.
And you've never had this before in your career?
Not to this level. No.
What does that say about?
Not to the level where someone's outside your house. No, for a matter of weeks.
And what does that feel like?
Are we living in a parody or is this guy just that retarded? Comically bad. I wouldn't do my job if I knew it was my job to do that job.
Who knows? We might be in a simulation that is like a parody. So, who knows? This is some dumb shit, dude. Thanks for that donation dollar.
It's deeply unpleasant.
I had to fly some friends of mine from Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit. This took time out of my life. When he looked out the window and saw the SUV.
I had my personal information unlawfully obtained, which is how they found me in the first place. Because given my career and my history, I'm very careful about what information is in the public domain. You know, my address is not a matter of public record.
Once I had his address, I started putting, I didn't want to get banned from Twitter. Obviously, it happened in the end anyway.
Yeah.
But at first, I put his street name, then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house.
I know that my personal information was obtained unlawfully. That was the subject of a police investigation.
Welcome to the real world. Worlds have consequences. And it wasn't even hard for me to do. Richard, all I did was I sent some messages to a few private groups I'm in and said, look, cash prize, this guy needs to pay.
Andrew Tate isn't going to sue or
I don't care that Dolly Parton and Tim Curry are gone.
Harass me, because if he does, I get to go on a YouTube media tour. I'll be on the H3 podcast that night. Instead, he harasses journalists like Nathan Livingston, Nick Monroe, Kranz and Gadget, because they're the ones digging up old videos and reporting on the legal papers in the lawsuit. The mainstream media and YouTubers like me use their findings to make videos like this. The Tates are trying to silence the sources. If you guys want a video exposing all of that and making fun of all of the useful idiots around him, comment below. Like the video.
Holy shit.
On July
Yeah, they're dumb.
31st, someone posted this to Andrew Tate's account on X. I was unable to sleep and it was too dark to read, so I counted bricks on the wall. That message allegedly came from a cell inside the Federal Detention Center in downtown Miami, because Andrew and Tristan Tate are sitting in jail as we speak. But they're not sitting in jail because the United States has charged them with a crime. They're in custody because the United
No, I'm not popping Zins.
Kingdom wants them extradited to face allegations of rape, assault, and human trafficking. The United States is just holding them pending that extradition. And their lawyers say they're being kept in solitary confinement. When they complained about their conditions, the government's response included this sentence: while FDC Miami is not a Marriott, the Tate's conditions of confinement are reasonable, constitutional, and within BOP's discretion. Okay, so it's not a Marriott, but are we talking like a Motel 6 at least? Is that what they're saying? Help me out here, guys. Putting the conditions of the Tate brothers' confinement aside, the question everyone keeps asking me is this: does the US have to extradite the Tate brothers, and can Trump do anything to stop it? Well, I've got some answers for you, and they might not be the ones that you want to hear. Let's start with the basics around extradition. Extradition is the formal process by which one country surrenders a person to another country for prosecution or punishment. For the United States, extradition is primarily a matter of treaty law. The U.S. has extradition treaties with more than 100 countries, although there are still many countries with which it has no extradition treaty. You can think of an extradition treaty as a contract between the states. It establishes when and how one country is obligated to surrender someone to the other. Federal law then provides the mechanism by which the United States carries out those treaty obligations. Extradition is also generally limited to offenses covered by the applicable treaty. Older treaties often spelled out a specific list of crimes for which extradition was available. More modern treaties generally use what we call dual criminality instead. The offense doesn't have to have the same name in both countries, but the underlying conduct must constitute a sufficiently serious crime in both. A foreign country usually begins the extradition process by submitting a request to the State Department, which sometimes includes the documentation required by the treaty. When a requesting nation is concerned the person might be a flight risk before it has time to make a formal request, it may informally ask for the extradition and provisional arrest. For provisional arrest, the requesting nation must then send the full documentation within a certain time period. In either case, the Secretary of State, at his discretion, may forward the matter to the Department of Justice to begin the procedure for the arrest of the fugitive so that the evidence of criminality may be heard and considered. Now, even if you're on the lam in a foreign country, it's shockingly easy to find anybody because of how much personal information is available for purchase on the internet. I bet you the Tate brothers wished they had signed up for Incogni, the sponsor of this portion of the video, or I'll see you in court. So now back to the Tate brothers situation. When there is an extradition request, the Department of Justice, quote, reviews requests for sufficiency and forwards appropriate ones to the district where the fugitive is found. The Assistant United States Attorney assigned to the case obtains a warrant and the fugitive is arrested and brought before the magistrate judge or the district judge. Generally, the government opposes bond in extradition cases. Here's what happened with the Tate brothers. Federal authorities observed Andrew and Tristan Tate in Miami on July 17th,
That is an editing mistake. Whatever image was supposed to be here, it wouldn't properly load into Premiere. How did they not catch that?
2026, where Andrew was scheduled to co-host a boxing event. On July 18th, the United States filed separate complaints in the Southern District of Florida seeking each
That's funny.
brother's arrest. Both brothers were arrested that day and later made their initial appearance before Magistrate Judge Lauren Fleischer Lewis. these were provisional arrests. This process is authorized under 18 U.S.C. 3184 and Article 12 of the U.S.-UK extradition treaty, which essentially lets a country grab someone up before the full paperwork arrives. The complete formal request that includes the diplomatic package with the warrants, the evidence, the authentication, has not yet been filed. The U.S. government calculated the UK's deadline to submit the complete application as September 16th. That's 60 days after the Tate brothers' arrest. At this provisional stage, what we do know is that British authorities are seeking the Tate brothers for a very narrow but extremely serious set of offenses under UK law. First, there's rape under Section 1 of the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. Then there's assault occasioning actual bodily harm under Section 47 of the Offenses Against the Person Act of 1861. However, these initial complaints filed in the U.S. expressly reserve the right to proceed on more charges later on. Meanwhile, the underlying British warrants are much broader. They were issued on January 19, 2024, by Senior District Judge Paul Goldspring at Westminster Magistrates Court. The warrant for Andrew Tate specifies 3 rape offenses, 4 assault offenses, 2 human trafficking offenses, and 1 count of controlling prostitution for gain, allegedly committed between 2014 and 2016. Tristan Tate specifies 3 rapes, 6 assaults, and 2 human trafficking offenses, allegedly between 2012 and 2016. And that's not even the end of it. The UK has since announced additional charges, 7 more rape counts for Andrew.
What are you doing in this situation?
Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
I literally don't fucking care, dude.
Drew 3 more assaults and 19 charges involving indecent images of a child and extreme pornography. Tristan is facing 2 more rape counts, a sexual assault count, and 3 counts of facilitating travel for exploitation. Ugh. It's bad allegations, guys. So among this potpourri of god-awful allegations, we have 3 different sets of charges floating around. There's the ones supporting the provisional arrest in the US, there's the ones on the British warrants, and then there's the ones announced later on by Britain. Which of those actually make it into the formal extradition request is unknown because the formal request doesn't yet exist. These charges appear to cover conduct that goes back as far as 2012. Andrew's complaint describes an alleged incident in Manchester as occurring between August 31st and December 31st, 2025. Every other allegation in these filings dates from 2012 to 2016. It's unclear if that 2025 date might be a typo or if there was another incident last year, but regardless, the latest incident in these documents goes up to 2025. So what does the DOJ have to do now? The United States Attorney's Manual explains exactly what happens next. Quote, a hearing under 18 U.S.C. 3184 is scheduled to determine whether the fugitive is extraditable. Let's be clear about this. An extradition hearing is not a trial. Under the statute, the extradition judge hears the evidence and determines whether it is sufficient to support the charge under the terms of the applicable treaty. Consistent with the U.S.-UK treaty in Section 3184, the judge will decide 6 things and only 6 things. 1, is the judicial officer authorized to act? 2, does the court have jurisdiction over the person? 3, is there a valid treaty in force? 4, is the person in the courtroom the person named in the request? 5, are the charged offenses extraditable? And 6, is there sufficient evidence to support probable cause here? And that's it. If those 6 boxes are checked, the judge certifies the person as extraditable and commits them into custody. Based on the record we have, the main one that Tates can contest is the 6th one, which is whether there was sufficient evidence supporting probable cause. But that seems like an uphill battle for them. And to be clear, the treaty
Especially since they admitted to a lot of their crimes.
instrument doesn't actually use the words probable cause. Instead, Article 8 says that a British extradition request must contain information providing a reasonable basis to believe that the person committed the offense.
Fuck, marry, kill, guardian beyond impossible. I guess kill beyond. Fuck impossible, marry guardian. Thanks, dude.
But the Senate report accompanying that treaty says that this is basically the probable cause standard under U.S. law. In fact, back in 2003, when the treaty was ratified, the U.S. had just convinced the U.K. to lower its standard for extraditing.
Why is coffee so good? It tastes amazing, but it makes my piss stink for some reason.
Never had my piss stink from drinking coffee. But yeah, coffee's good. I've actually gotten into matcha now. Matcha's really good. Thanks, Ben Boy.
Its citizens to the U.S. The old standard was that the U.S. had to make a prima facie case, but the new standard is that the U.S. just has to produce evidence sufficient for issuance of a warrant, aka probable cause. So now that standard works both ways. And the purpose of the extradition hearing is, in part, to determine whether there is probable cause to believe the person committed an offense covered by the extradition treaty. But this isn't a criminal trial. The federal rules of evidence and the federal rules of criminal procedure just don't apply. As the 11th Circuit has explained, foreign investigative materials, including unsworn statements, can be admissible evidence. The alleged victims don't have to show up in court and be cross-examined. In fact, hearsay can be enough to establish probable cause here. That said, the person facing extradition isn't completely powerless. They can introduce evidence that explains or even completely negates probable cause. But as the 11th Circuit explained in re extradition of Martinelli Baroccal, they generally can't turn the hearing into a trial by presenting competing versions of the facts, attacking witnesses' credibility, or raising affirmative defenses that would be available at trial. So, for the Tate brothers, the distinction—
Order some steroids yesterday, it was missing. My mom stashed. Dumb bitch, don't touch my shit, she thinks they're multivitamins. Why are women so fucking nosy? What I order VG, worrying about what I buy, it's weird.
You know, it's what women do. I think women don't have any actual hobbies of their own, so their hobby ends up being their relationships, so they end up being super fucking nosy and talking a lot. Thanks, though, vegan.
The distinction here is important. They can challenge things like whether the treaty requirements have been satisfied, whether the person before the court is actually the person named in the request, whether the offenses are extraditable, or whether Britain has failed to establish probable cause altogether. What they generally can't do is turn this into a mini trial of the alleged victim's credibility or ask the judge to decide that the brothers are ultimately innocent because of some affirmative defense. And there's another major limitation. American courts generally don't examine whether the requesting country's criminal justice system is fair or whether the person might be mistreated after extradition. I
haven't seen the new gameplay Fable. Apparently they, like, Microsoft has been going through their game catalog and making all the female characters not ugly anymore.
You'll see cinematics, exploration, choices of our living population. Fable's handcrafted, fully voiced NPCs. They all have their own jobs.
Oh look, she's not ugly anymore.
Right. As the saying goes, never meet your heroes.
So when do you, like, kill people? Oh my god.
One of our
Here we go, finally.
That's the intern, you twat.
It's time to try out our new spell, Blades, which is great for crowd control.
Yeah, The Witcher 3 Remastered looks much better than this.
You're gonna run.
Yeah, that does not look that good.
That's known as the non-inquiry rule. So the extradition judge generally isn't going to conduct an inquiry about
Phantom
whether
Blade
Britain
Zero
can be
looks good.
trusted to prosecute the Tates fairly. In other words, the extradition hearing is deliberately narrow. The judge isn't deciding, did they do it? She's deciding, has Britain met the legal requirements to make them answer for it there? And if the judge finds a legal obstacle to extradition, the case stops there. The person is not certified for extradition. But here's the thing. While the requesting country generally can't appeal that decision, it can file a new extradition complaint before a different judge, potentially starting the process all over again. And if the judge goes the other way and certifies the person as extraditable, the situation flips. The person being extradited has no ordinary right of appeal. There is, however, limited review through habeas corpus. And that review is, again, extremely narrow. The appeals court won't be asking whether the magistrate got every factual question right. It's essentially asking whether the magistrate had jurisdiction, whether the offense falls within the treaty, and whether there was any evidence supporting the finding of probable cause. So if Judge Lewis certifies the Tate brothers for extradition, they don't.
Rich, be honest. When did gaming die for you? You barely play anything before giving up or saying it's too slow. Are you chasing childhood nostalgia? Give it up.
I've played good games lately. Space Marine 2 was really good. Resident Evil 9 was really good. I played through those, but most games are just trash. Like Dying Light the Beast, that was just fucking garbage. I never liked any of the Dying Light games. I think, like, the first game was massively, massively overhyped. The second game was just pure dog shit, and they knew it was dog shit. They came out with a huge update that added guns in the game and shit. But it didn't fix it. It was still fucking trash. And, yeah, Dying Like the Beast. It's essentially the same game. It's just trash. The Dying Light series just sucks. I'm really looking forward to Gears of War. Hopefully the Wolverine game is good. And hopefully there's an unofficial PC release where it just gets recompiled or something. Hopefully the next Call of Duty is good, but, you know, who knows. I'm hoping Rising Storm Vietnam, after a few updates, gets good. I do like the idea behind body cam. It's just it needs that 0.8 update for sure, at least. Because right now the game's just way too bare bones, and there's not many people playing. But after the 0.8 update in September, that might actually be good. But I still really like games as long as they're good. But yeah, there's just not many good ones. A lot of them just aren't worth my time. Ready or Not looks kind of cool, but I don't think I'm going to play that now. BeamNG is always good. I really like BeamNG. It's just fun fucking around in that game. Ooh, I'm getting, Does anybody get this where you get cramps in your feet when you have to take a shit? I always get cramps in my feet when I have to take a shit. Yeah. There is a poop on the horizon. Like right now, actually. It's crossed the horizon. I have to poop. I just ate, so. I had soy chunks and I had cream of wheat with protein powder in it. And that has moved through me pretty quickly. That was a really, really nice dinner. I eat clean, but I very much enjoy the food I eat. Clean eating is OP for just staying healthy, looking good, feeling good, man. Yeah, I get goosebumps too when I have to shit, but I definitely get the foot cramps. Alright, I'm gonna take a shit. I'll be right back. Oh man. Oh. That was good shit. Oh.
Don't get to appeal that decision like a criminal conviction. They can seek habeas review, but the reviewing court is not going to retry the extradition case. If there is evidence supporting the probable cause finding, that's generally enough. And this is also where the non-inquiry rule becomes important. American courts ordinarily don't second-guess the criminal justice system of the country requesting extradition or decide whether the person will be treated fairly once they get there. Those concerns are generally left to the executive branch. There are exceptions and complications, including protections against sending someone to a country where they might face torture. But even those protections don't necessarily give the extradition judge authority to decide the issue. Depending on the treaty and statute involved, the question may instead belong mostly to the Secretary of State, with judicial review remaining extremely limited. Which brings us back to the Tate brothers. Even if the judge certifies their extradition, that still doesn't mean the judge has ordered them sent off to Britain. What it means is that the judicial phase is over and the decision moves to the executive branch. The judge decides whether they can be extradited, but it's the Secretary of State who decides whether they actually will be. Now look, I have a lot more I want to say about why the Tate brothers should be extradited, but let's just say my thoughts are not always exactly advertiser-friendly by YouTube standards. There's a whole segment of this video that you're not seeing because the only way to watch it is on Nebula, who sponsored this portion of the video. Nebula is a see you in court. So what's the Secretary of State's role in all this? Under 18 U.S.C. 3186, the Secretary may order the person surrender executive authorities that.
So a few months ago, I'm sure most of you remember that Vital Farms was canceled. And this was actually done by Angel Acres, aka the Strong Sisters. That's something a lot of you might not know. And what you also might not know is they never published the lab results. And I thought this was fishy from the start because the Strong Sisters were one of the original Frank Tufano copycats. They popped out of the woodwork, they started making YouTube videos identical to mine, and they didn't really have a background in nutrition or any dietary knowledge. They just had all this information they wanted to share, and they got views like crazy. So I was like, these people are kind of fishy. I think they're dishonest. Why didn't they publish the lab results? I took it upon myself to get my own egg testing done, and Frankie's free-range eggs were the best omega fatty acid ratio out of all of them. Although I really don't think it is a considerable difference besides Vital Farms. So whichever eggs are the most affordable to you, and in this context, Frankie's free-range eggs are not only the highest quality, they are the most affordable. So if all these eggs are relatively similar, why would you pay way more for these other eggs? We did some mineral testing, we did the omega fatty acid testing, but again, eggs have a very similar nutritional profile, and in the context of corn and soy free,
Thoughts on fasting for healing? My kidneys have been feeling sore and seeing extra foam in the urine. eGFR is 127, creatinine 0.75. Confused. What you would do?
Oh my god. So, creatinine doesn't have anything to do with kidney function. That's why when you get a creatinine score, it says eGFR, which means estimated glomerular filtration rate. So they're not actually measuring your glomerular filtration rate. They're estimating it based off your creatinine, and creatinine doesn't measure kidney function. So if you want to measure your kidney function, you need to get your cystatin C tested. You can also get a urinalysis done. So I don't know why you wouldn't have tested cystatin C or gotten a urinalysis to detect protein in your urine, and I highly doubt that your kidneys are sore. You probably have a sore lower back or something. Or you're imagining it. And fasting does not help you heal faster. Thanks, help.
Most of these eggs on the market are fairly similar. So Vital Farms had the highest omega-6 and omega-3 was 0.2%. So this is the worst ratio, but you got to keep in mind the total fatty acids is 8%. And these numbers might seem pretty low, but out of all the fat of the egg, 1/4 of it was omega-6. Then Fresh Egg Co. was slightly better, lower omega-6, but pretty low omega-3, 8.6% total fatty acids. Then you have Frankie's Free Range, which had the best omega ratio. We had 1.2% total omega-6 and 0.55.
This literally doesn't matter. Dodo, let me see.
Kind of healthcare you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of healthcare you should have. And if you're a minor, it's between
you want to
your
try
doctor
on
and your
kids?
parent. Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that healthcare decisions need to be made by a doctor and their parents and a patient, then we think we agree to disagree. But you want to put government inside.
So Abdul, you're a doctor, right?
Selectively. I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's thing-a-ling off? You think that's okay?
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a
Jesse,
personal question.
Okay,
doctor.
So you probably should want to move on.
Is circumcision's different than castration?
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide.
There are like 0 minors getting bottom surgery. It literally does not happen. I think there's been 2 cases in the entire United States where a minor has gotten bottom surgery.
What happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient? And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's ding-a-ling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can.
The fact that this needs to be said and pointed out is unbelievable.
Can rent control fix the housing crisis? No! It's time for some Econ 101. Rent control sounds like a simple enough idea. Housing is too expensive, so why don't we stop landlords from charging so much money? Yay! Wrong. The main reason why rents rise is that there aren't enough housing units for the number of people who want to live in a given city. With many people competing for the same apartments, landlords rationally set rents at the highest amount they think someone is willing to pay. Rent control sets a ceiling on how much landlords can charge, but it doesn't solve the underlying housing shortage. It actually makes things worse, because developers don't want to build new units if they think they can be legally prohibited from charging enough to earn back their investment. Almost half of the rental apartments in New York are rent regulated. About 50,000 of them stand empty, many of them because their landlords can't charge enough to make up for the cost of necessary repairs. So how do you lower rents? Build more housing. Cities like Austin, Denver, and Phoenix have recently seen a huge increase in building and a decrease in rents. Lots of people want to move to these cities, but the housing supply can keep up, so landlords have to compete with each.
Liberal fucking brain rot, dude. 49ers owner Jed York allegedly arranged to pay $140 for sex at a trailer park in East Palestine, Ohio. That's pretty cheap for a billionaire. That's really weird. Thanks, Dodo.
5% omega-3. And if you guys are unfamiliar with egg nutrition in general, I guess this is kind of like a little in-depth for the average person. Omega-6 is kind of bad. Omega-3 is good. Calico, which also had a pretty good omega-3 ratio, was slightly higher on the omega-6 and slightly lower on the omega-3 than us. Third of all these.
Omega-6 is an essential fat. So
You're merging onto your own thing,
Yeah.
right?
Could you give us the name of your business?
SoCal Mafia.
SoCal Mafia.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the influence, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what made you kind of want to go do your own thing and bring SoCal Mafia to life?
Well, Big Boy kind of ended the strength cartel thing, so
Okay.
I just wanted to stay in the industry.
Yeah.
And a lot of people follow me, like they like me and stuff. They like my style, so I thought, shit, why not?
Sent you my testosterone results on Instagram. Can you tell me what you think of those numbers? Think giving me testosterone prescription of those numbers. Yeah, I think you'd definitely benefit from TRT. Your total's on the lower end of the range and your free testosterone's on the lower end of the range, so yeah.
I forgot there was a town in Ohio named East Plastoin. Imagine a town being named after Plastoin. How horrible would that be if they named Spencerville to East Plastoin VGI?
Yeah, that'd be bad. Thanks, Dono. Yeah, so I would say you'd probably benefit from TRT. Especially when your free testosterone's at the lower end of the range. You know, fucking dumb doctors. I'd go to a TRT clinic. Try to find one that doesn't fucking charge you up the ass for bullshit services. I know there's a few online TRT clinics where they'll basically just give you TRT. I think even without getting a blood test, just do some Googling around. You should be able to just get a prescription from some shady TRT clinic. Thanks, though, Animal Liberation.
You know?
Well, one thing that, I mean, I've known about you, I've seen you in videos for quite some time, and one thing I will respect about you, I do respect about you, is that what you see is what you get. There's no fake, there's no fluff, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're down for whatever cause or down for wherever you...
Keep it real.
Yeah. So much respect to that, bro.
Appreciate it.
What's cracking? It's the people's champ. So look, check this out. I know it's been a little minute, but you know, I'm focusing on different things and got different stuff going on in my life that pertains a lot of more attention besides me just trying to put content out like that. But something came across my table. And y'all just heard out of Big Joe's mouth that Strength Cartel is no longer Big Boy Strapped or whatnot. So Big Joe, congratulations to him starting his own brand. SoCal Mafia, you know, I wish him nothing but the best. However, what I can't wrap my mind around is how could someone that made it seem like the company was making millions and millions of dollars.
Dodo. Threatened, intensified attack. Displacement over children's kites, act of war, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure. Great. I thought kidneys had pain receptors. That's nice. I thought EGFR was gold. It says EGFR. What the fuck do you think that stands for? Estimated glomerular filtration rate. So they're not measuring your EGFR. It's an estimate. What did I just fucking tell you? I'll get Cystatin C tested. Thank you. No problem. Thanks for the donation, dude.
95% of Jews, 95% of Jews are Zionists. You think that there can be one Jewish state? Yeah. Well, that makes you a Zionist. You got a t-shirt.
They're throwing it in the garbage.
Did you just throw that in the trash?
Yes, I'm recycling.
Think that makes you look good?
Yeah. I dislike Zionists.
Been given billions of dollars that Hamas has used to build tunnels instead of turning this into a place.
Why did they need tunnels, do you think?
There's zero reason why they needed tunnels. You were going to justify that they should have spent billions of dollars on a tunnel system? Have you read Hamas's charter? Their #1 goal is to kill Jews around the world.
Why did they make this charter?
Because they want to kill Jews.
Why isn't Gaza Abu Dhabi?
Well, they've been
New Yorkers are the most dumbass, degenerate pieces of shit, dude.
The company behind Facebook and Instagram have reached a settlement totaling nearly $18 billion to end a lawsuit centering on the harms of social media to children. Now, the case was brought by a group of 29 U.S. states alleging that Meta intentionally designed platforms to get young people addicted to them, harming their mental health. Now, 4 of the states were seeking as much as $1.4 trillion in damages. Now,
Dude, look at childhood obesity rates. The idea that Facebook, which nobody fucking uses, is causing more mental health problems among children than childhood obesity. Like, give me a fucking break. It's just so retarded.
as part of the settlement, Meta has agreed to make changes to its platforms, including establishing daily time limits for teen users. Now, the California Attorney General issued a statement saying, "Today we have secured a settlement with Meta that will make social media less dangerous for our kids and make a world of difference for..."
This is just so fucking retarded. I can't get over it.
Joey.
Oh my goodness. He's so sentient.
The truth of the matter is that I don't deserve to get people to subscribe to me because I'm not putting out the content that would make people excited. Because
As if children are getting addicted to Facebook and it's ruining their life. How ridiculous.
They can just stop using it. They have parents. Their parents can make them stop using it. Like, we're living in a society with literally zero accountability. Thanks, Dodo.
you're literally not doing anything other than just laying there in your little side slice position.
Dude, that'd be like sweet. Not having any responsibilities like a cat.
And I would like to ask people to subscribe to this channel, but you're licking yourself. Why would anybody want to see you licking yourself when there are cuter cats out there licking themselves for content on YouTube? So that's really all I have to say is thanks for nothing, buddy.
I don't know if there's cuter cats. That's a pretty cute cat.
Yeah, but I love you.
He's pretty
I'm in
great.
love with you.
Wow. So sentient, so blob-like. Thanks, Ethan, though.
For children and for their families. Now, CNN's Claire Duffy is following the story and joins us now for more on all of this. Claire, this is an enormous settlement that paid out by Meta in the middle of this trial. Just take us through the details.
Yeah, Linda, I mean, this is $18 billion settlement. Many of the state attorneys general have called this the largest settlement ever in history with a big tech company. And that money will help go towards states' programs to fund mental health initiatives, youth online safety initiatives. But even more important than the money here is the changes that Meta has agreed to make to its platforms. And I'll just walk you through some of those changes. Meta has agreed to set a default 2-hour daily time limit for users aged 13 to 17 across both Facebook and Instagram. It will input a daily night mode that will block access to the apps from midnight to 6 a.m. Also a school mode that will reduce the number of notifications that teens get during the day. It will prompt teen users every 15 minutes of continuous screen use to try to get them to be a little bit more conscious of their scrolling. It will also turn off likes by default on teen posts and remove access to extreme makeup filters. All of these addressing things that the states had said contributed to this youth mental health crisis. Now, we should say that Meta has not admitted to wrongdoing as part of this settlement, but these are really significant changes to how its platforms operate. And Meta is also calling on TikTok and YouTube to take similar steps here. In fact, Linda, as part of this settlement, Meta will be paying out 70% of that $18 billion settlement to the states to begin with, and the 30% will only...
So I guess that's what scared him, 1.4 trillion. So they just decided to settle for 17 billion, which is just chump change for them, compared to 1.4 trillion.
be paid out if TikTok and YouTube
Holy
agree
shit,
to make similar
trillion.
changes. And so really we could see an industry-wide change here because of this massive agreement.
Just incredible. So they haven't admitted wrongdoing, but they are giving out $18 billion to settle the case. But I'm certain that parents will be happy.
23, accusing it of deliberately addicting young users for profit.
There's nothing addictive about Facebook. They're just dumb. Holy fuck, if these kids had hobbies, they wouldn't be on fucking Facebook. So stupid. Like, Jesus Christ.
Which I know supplement lines don't really make that type of money because it's oversaturated unless you're a huge name such as Cutler Nutrition, you know,
Greg,
Ambrosia Collective, you know, around that areas. Other than that, it's extremely hard to be making that type of money to where you could go out there, flow showing like you live in such a lavish lifestyle. But this is the part that I don't understand is how could you have a company that nearly hit 10 years, was on its way, I think it was like out for about 10 years.
Not Indian, but a few days ago, I bought some Indian food and spices. A store was cooking it, and my neighbor at my apartment knocked on my door, said the smell was too strong and overwhelming, couldn't even tell, not even an enclosed hallway. Sometimes the filtration systems for the kitchen are interlinked. So if you turn on your kitchen fan, it'll basically blow into the other apartment's kitchen. That was happening at my old apartment, and sometimes if my neighbor was cooking fish, I could smell it. So, could be something like that. They might just be a pansy also, where it really wasn't that bad, but it's just a smell they're not used to. Thanks for the donation, though, Agent Cody.
Are on his way to 10-year mark or whatnot, close to it, 9 years and some change. And the one person that stuck with you from thick and thin, through thick and thin, which was Big Joe, why you just couldn't sign everything over and let.
What is it with all this lack of accountability these days, VG, and where did it come from?
I think it's coming from women, dude. Women love a lack of accountability. Thanks, Dodo.
Let him continue running it because this man got tattoos of it. They went and got Strength Cartel tattooed on them and everything. You know, the one thing about me when it comes to branding your body with a brand name and you represent it like it's a gang in the hood is you got to make sure you stand on it. You got to make sure that that shit is going to be here to the test of time, through the test of times and everything, you know? So Big Joe not the only one that did that. It's quite a few people that tattooed this SC and Strength Cartel on them, which SC, that stands for South Central, where we come from, you know. However, it's like, what happened to all this?
The fear-mongering and outrage and legal actions against data centers. And the legal action and outrage against social media companies for addicting children are two of my biggest pet peeves. These are some of the dumbest things imaginable.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. The data center bullshit is clearly CCP propaganda. The Facebook crap is just... That is just a whole nother level of fucking stupid. Like, if you have a problem with your kids using social media, don't let them use social media. Or restrict their access. Like, holy fuck, learn how to parent. Thanks though, Dodo.
Money that was supposed to be made with this company. And don't get it twisted. I'm not counting nobody's pockets, but I just can't figure out how could you scrap a brand that was supposed to be making so much money. unless it wasn't making any revenues like that, unless it really was a sugar daddy involved, unless
Yeah,
you were
apparently Big
just
Boy
the
has a sugar
face
daddy.
and it was no.
Wow, VG, it's literally everything you've been saying. He's saying it now. I know for sure you had an impact. You need to go talk to him. Tell him to admit you're right about everything. If it's true, you probably shouldn't have kept quote tweeting me to argue with and mock my position that MAGA's worse. You are self-aware enough to admit that you're often spite-based, so calling someone else unprincipled holds a lot of weight. MAGA is not relevant now. The fight against them in 2024, and we lost. People who sweep for socialists are either disgusting anti-democracy haters or idiots. Stupid fearmonger over MAGA right now to sweep for socialists. It's almost as if he learned from me or something. Weird. I literally told this to him. If MAGA is so bad, so stupid, so incompetent, but people vote for them anyway, then clearly the issue is your own party. And sure enough, he has adopted that fucking stance now. What an idiot. Thanks, Dodo.
No longer making anything, because I always said anytime you try to promote street lifestyle and violence, anything that pertains violence.
What do you know about parenting? You're not one. It's not as simple as telling your kid to stop using Facebook or YouTube. It's even more simple than that. Get their phone. Put parental blocks on their phone. Ta-da! If you take it from them outright, that can cause an even bigger issue. Sure. Sure. If you have your life ruled by a child, then you are a very weak person. So, learn how to be a fucking adult. And a parent. Thanks, Pepto.
Anything that got gang tied to it, cartel tied to it. Like it's a stiff one, even with Big Joe using mafia inside something. It sucks in a negative crowd, a negative energy. How could you spin that into something positive? That's like me bringing out a brand that's saying gangster fitness.
Destiny not reaching out and giving you credit for changing his mind is gayer than sucking Fuentes' dick.
He never did anything with Nick Fuentes, but, I mean... Destiny definitely has a mental complex where he has a hard time admitting he's wrong. Thanks, dude.
Crip watermelon, Crip juice, and all this. You know, you got to be very careful when you choose these different names and these images that you try to portray. I don't portray no image. I give y'all exactly who I am. I am very transparent. Very transparent. You know, and I'm a big concern.
Agreed, VG. Just bring back the belt punishment and the kid will act right.
Well, I don't agree with hitting kids, but... if you're just a strong adult, kids will listen. Thanks, Dodo.
About why the company flopped? Absolutely not. My only issue well, it ain't really an issue. My only thought of it is...
I know it's just a joke, still gay though. Well, yeah. Thanks for got my notification.
Why you didn't set your dude up? If you're and if you're well off, why you didn't set your dude up who's been there from the gate to be in position to where that he don't have to be starting nothing from the ground up? I remember Big Joe took his Jeep. He got a cold Jeep, and he went and got it wrapped with all the string cartel stuff. Big Joe, one thing about that dude is he's extremely loyal, and he is
saying everything you've been saying the whole time. Yeah. Oh, yes. Really all just avoid the more damning videos and continue to say out of context, or these were edgy jokes. Guess the DSA types really are just blue mega. Anyone associated with these types are supporting Islamic terrorism. Oh, so now he takes Islamic terrorism seriously.
Why do so many parents just let their kids step all over them anyway?
Because they're just weak people. Weak people let, people step over them. Thanks, Dodo. Communists and Nazis teamed up both in Germany to fight against the SPD. Then during World War II, the Molotov-Ribbentrop illiberal authoritarian types always tend to run together with each other and fight against the establishment, whatever that means at the time. Yep. It's funny how he's taking this seriously now. Thanks, Dodo.
Is a diehard member, supporter to whatever it is he seek his teeth into. I just hope that he get the same support from Big Boy that he gave to Big Boy. I hope
he ain't.
Big Boy could support him the same.
Yeah, Big Boy ain't doing that.
Same exact way. But we all know that ain't gonna happen. You know.
How can there be respect without fear? If hitting your kid once or twice sets the tone, you're against that? If a kid has nothing to fear, how can you truly get respect? It would be like you jacked versus skinny. More likely to get challenged skinnier.
That's great, you're stupid. Thanks for the nation, dude.
I always had respect for Joe. Still have respect for Joe. Because Joe never came off trying to portray that he's something that he's not. He never came off as, this bully tactic person, or he so well off. He always played his position. He speak when spoken to. He always been pleasant. He never had any hidden agendas. He never, when you turn your back, he over there winking. You know that shit Big Boy do. He is that, and he never did any of those chismoso ways or whatnot. So, I really hope that he can get it off the ground and it can become something that can stand through the test of times. You see what I'm saying? Because it's crazy how everybody that was around this Wes Watson, Cali Muscle, and Big Boy fiasco all parted and went to some weird ways.
Let's not forget that just a few weeks ago Density was saying I don't think we need to worry about Mamdani, and the jizya was seen as an advanced in human rights and defending Adam Mockler. After I made you debate him several times, now he changes his mind.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that happened. Maybe he just needs enough public embarrassment. Thanks, Dodo.
The only one who I see that did a positive move was Cali Muscle. Cali Muscle moved out of state. He chose his family. I always told him, get back to your roots. Choose your family, choose them beautiful kids and that wife, and start back doing you. All this weird shit, all this tough guy shit, leave that alone. Leave that completely alone. And I support what he's doing. Not that it matters. I don't know, I'm just saying I have respect for what Cali Muscle doing with his 180 that he did. Now I don't watch or follow nothing Big Boy do to even give you guys any input on what I feel about that. Long as he ain't no longer wearing this LA Killer attire and stuff like that, I have nothing to talk about. I don't have no dog in this fight. As long as he ain't sending nobody at me like he once did, he ain't got to worry about Mack Truck. I just know in this industry, it's best to start off as who you are and to be as transparent as possible, because when you start coming with these gimmicks and these personas, you're going to have to keep it up. And then when you get exposed, you're going to have to take accountability and own up to this shit. But these dudes get exposed and they try to make it seem like people's is attacking them and coming at them. However, there's no here or there. I just wanted to touch in on that, get my input because it came across my desk yesterday and everything. And hopefully Big Joe could get his fair start. You know, I'm quite sure there's a lot of people rooting for him. I'm one of them. Anywho, it's the People's Champion.
Kelly Muscle been up to? Dodo.
If you wanted to transform the world of the 18th century, you might care about like how well you can navigate Westminster or something. But another thing you might care about is like, can you just like immediately start building steamships and telegraph and the Maxim gun and whatever? If you could get really good at that, you could like be a fucking super transformative thing in the 18th century. So you're suggesting if we do that, if the AIs get really good at the verifiable stuff in chip design, etc., and then they get really good at building fabs, it'll be the equivalent of going back to the 18th century and like, okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about in your parliament, but I've got a bunch of steamships and a bunch of Maxim guns.
Yeah, that's basically right. Like, I think my perspective is like, if the AIs are sufficiently good at R&D, including hardware R&D, robots, whatever, then they can radically transform the world, even if they're not that good at playing politics. And also, we're in a pretty dangerous situation because the AIs might be doing huge amounts of really hard to understand R&D, building out basically the whole economy of the future. And we may not understand what's going on in there.
Oh no, cicada. Poor cicada. Poor cicada. Oh.
This is everything I ate at my first ever movie screening, and honestly, it couldn't have gone better. We were gonna watch Tony, the story about Anthony Bourdain's early years, but before that, we had a quick drink and bite at Shaw Theaters. I first started off with their non-alcoholic Negroni. It was insane how that tasted like gin. They were nice enough to customize a lovely vegan plate. I had the cherry tomato bruschetta, which was divine, followed by the pita fries with an incredibly creamy hummus. So addictive. They also served mini falafels on toothpicks, which was good. I loved that there was sufficient plant-based protein here. And of course, veggie spring rolls with chili dip. This definitely felt so special to me because I believe food and culture brings people together, and that's kind of what inspired me to start hosting my own supper club. We also got to hear a few lovely words from Mr. Kevsito, the founder of Makan Sutra, and who was also a friend of Anthony Bourdain when he was exploring Singaporean street food. This was all in all such a wholesome.
Anthony Bourdain's a piece of shit. Why the fuck is she even promoting this horse shit? He was an anti-vegan scumbag. Thanks, Dodo. Fuck this. What's this Dingleberry up to?
Here we have it like this. Now it's like this.
Tell me about your day today, Callie. What are we doing?
We got to bring the Cadillac Escalade to 86 Auto Lab. We about to get it matted out. You know what I mean? Instead of the shiny factory, it's beautiful like it is. But we about to put this new type of, it's not a wrap, but it's like a wrap on this whole thing, baby. It's going to be looking sick. About to be blacked out. You know, like me, black, black. You know, it's about to get black. Yeah, so 86 Auto Lab, man. Shout out to them. We go.
These Cadillacs are pieces of shit.
Get the process. We go show the process of how they doing it. We go get. We go get the tent on the front. We got the blacked out decals.
Those gloss so that it gives it some accent and gives it some attitude.
Right. Yeah.
C-pillar.
It has no, it's weird. I think it's preference.
Yeah. Do you guys have a preference on like just this piece here?
I prefer that this piece says.
That's the spot to go, and y'all go see.
Okay, so it's they put a matte metallic wrap on it.
I'm sure Russia will take any warnings from Trump seriously after he warned Iran and China about 30 times and did nothing. Trump is the most worthless president in history. It's too bad Hillary Clinton weren't president now.
Just a few moments ago, the Wall Street Journal is reporting why the CIA director made a mysterious trip to Moscow. John Ratcliffe meeting with Russian officials early this morning. And let's show you video of what's believed to be his plane landing in Latvia shortly after that visit. We are now learning what those discussions were about, according to the Wall Street Journal. They report that Ratcliffe was there to deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO countries, which is obviously a significant meeting, a message that could have been conveyed in many different ways. It didn't require the CIA director taking the sort of risk of going in there and having Ukraine not have to bomb Russia during that, given that CNN reported about 2 weeks ago that U.S. intelligence assessments indicated Putin could try to test NATO's resolve by launching an attack on a NATO member. Now, earlier, Trump downplayed the significance of the visit. Here he is.
He's there on, very sort of semi-routine. I hate to disappoint people. We would like to see the war with Ukraine end.
The comment there about the CIA director is false. The CIA director's secret flying to Moscow is anything but routine. This was Ratcliffe's first known visit to Russia since the start of Trump's second term. It's been 5 years since a CIA director has stepped foot in Russia. I've spoken to a former CIA director who went there when times were much less fraught, who would have described it at the...
I can feel my test rising from the show.
Fuck the king.
Game of Thrones sucks. Thanks, Peak.
...the time as an incredibly security risk and anything but routine. Lara Seligman broke the story for the Wall Street Journal, and she is out front.
Yeah, I remember that chef Carl Ruiz who'd joke about vegans, then he got a heart attack at 44. What a fucking loser.
Tonight. So, Lara, okay, you obviously have significant new reporting here. So let's just start with, what can you tell us about this trip and what triggered it?
So what prompted this surprise visit to Moscow by Ratcliffe was new U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, Trump is honestly such a worthless leader.
He is a dumbass. Thanks, Dodo.
Assessments that Russian President Vladimir Putin could launch a limited assault on an allied country, likely a Baltics nation, in the next few years. We reported this a few weeks ago. So Ratcliffe was dispatched by the Trump administration to Moscow yesterday. He arrived in a military aircraft, kind of a surprise, and the intent was to deliver this message to Putin not to attack NATO countries. So this is really significant and really signifies that the Trump administration takes this intel seriously. He arrived there on a military jet. He met with Russian intelligence officials, not Putin himself, although Putin was briefed on the meeting. So why would Putin go and attack a NATO country, especially while his military is stretched so thin in Ukraine? Well,
who the fuck knows?
Well, according to intelligence officials, the idea would be to test NATO's resolve and try to fracture the alliance. What we know is that U.S. officials are increasingly concerned that Putin is backed into a corner, and the thinking is that a cornered Putin lashes out.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this is so fascinating that if, the reporting is obviously stunning, you're reporting that Putin would be considering an attack like this. But if it's within a couple of years, why this now? And also why this administration, which has had, frankly, such disdain for its own intelligence assessments on things like Ukraine or Iran, took this one seriously. I mean, there's so many questions from all of this. But, among them, Lara, is this. Hours ago, Trump was asked about a possible Russian attack on NATO, right? Was that the reason for the trip? Somebody asked him, and this is what he said.
The CIA director, ours, is in Russia. Rumors are saying Putin is going to test NATO resolve, all the way to speculation that is crazy. He's going to strike England, all the way to this is maybe the U.S. telling them about the Iranian sanctions, saying we're serious about them. Can you tell me why our CIA director flew in the middle of the night to meet with the Russians?
Well, none of the above. He's there on, very sort of semi-routine. I hate to disappoint people. We would like to see the war with Ukraine end.
So among the things Glenn Beck lists there is Putin is going to test NATO resolve. Trump denies it. Obviously, your detailed reporting contradicts what he said. What do you make of his denial?
Well, I think it's kind of embarrassing for the administration. I mean, I think he was meant to go there covertly and have this meeting with Russian intelligence officials. Potentially, they even asked to speak with Putin himself, and they did not actually meet with Putin. And it's possible that Russia rebuffed their request and they went home empty-handed. So my thinking is potentially they're embarrassed and don't want to admit what they were doing. But what we do know is that Putin is in a very difficult situation right now. He's being squeezed on the battlefield in Ukraine, and he's under domestic pressure at home. And he may see an opening as well, since there is, as we've reported, a shortfall in critical Western munitions that's been driven by expenditures in the Iran war. So that could also factor into Putin's thinking here.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And amazing they would have thought no one would have noticed. I mean, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, goes to Moscow. And what does it say to you that he would go, if it's for this reason, to warn Putin about a NATO attack, that Ratcliffe chose to do that now, this rose to that level, and that Putin didn't actually meet with him? What does all this mean to you?
Well, Aaron, as you pointed out, this is nothing routine at all.
What will happen if Putin launches a special military operation to take a small part of Latvia or something? He doesn't have the resources to do it, so he'd be even more fucked. Can they at least take Sverige, send him to a gulag or something? I don't think Sverige is in Latvia right now. Pretty sure he's in Kazakhstan. At least we can get something good out of it then. Yeah, I think Sverige is in Kazakhstan. Thanks, though, Dodo.
And so it suggests to me that this is a serious emergency. And it's yet another example of how the Trump administration fundamentally puts our national security at risk every single day. You know, the conservative guy, Glenn Beck, says Putin might want to test NATO's resolve. But fundamentally, what Putin might want to do is test Trump's resolve. Because a lot of people question Trump's resolve when it comes to standing up to our NATO allies. He's repeatedly undermined our NATO allies. A lot of people question Trump's resolve when it comes to standing up to Putin himself, because he's always praising Putin, blaming Zelensky for war criminal Putin's criminal war in Ukraine. So there are really legitimate concerns about the resolve of the President of the United States, and that's dangerous for us and for our allies.
I want to play something else that Trump said in that same interview with Glenn Beck about the supreme leader in Iran, who obviously hasn't been seen, as you know, Congressman, since he formally assumed power. And let me just check here to make sure we all understand. That was about 6 months ago, okay? But here's Trump to Glenn Beck.
I don't think he's dead. He was very seriously wounded at the left side of his body, the arm.
On a side note, how did you like the new Spider-Man? I didn't see it. And are you excited for the upcoming Marvel movies now? Odds the bastards at Sony let Venom crossover. Yeah, I didn't see the new Spider-Man movie. I might watch it when it comes out on streaming. But I'm not remotely excited for any of the new Marvel movies. I'm kind of burnt out with all the stupid superhero bullshit. Thanks, movie.
The leg, the whole thing. He was very seriously wounded, but I don't think he's dead.
So those comments, Congressman, come as The Economist has some really important new reporting. They are saying that there are new billboards showing up in Tehran, and on the billboards, and in the billboards there, I've seen them when they put really, really big. And these apparently show 7 men who have taken power in Iran since Khamenei was killed. And 7 people, okay? The billboard calls the men. So on the billboard, it says top of the country's security and defense. So you'd say, okay, these massive billboards are going up, 7 guys, top of the country, and it says so on there. But the supreme leader is not on there. He is actually not one of the 7, according to The Economist reporting, which is incredible.
He's probably like brain dead in a coma.
Incredible. What does this tell you?
It tells me that Iran has a more military-controlled regime, and that probably makes them more effective at standing up to Trump's war. And so, frankly, it's not a surprise that Iran would have a more military-focused leadership when they've been so effective at controlling the entire world economy here through this war that Trump started and has totally backfired. I mean, to connect these two things, let's not forget that Trump promised he would end the Ukraine war on day one. He's now promised about 40 different times.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Seriously stupid. Yeah, the problem is Trump's dumb as shit.
Where you at? All right, there you go. Tall. Damn, that's a whole new car. I think we need to change out this.
Yeah, the wrap job looks good.
I think it looks these pillars. Right. Absolutely. We're 86 Auto Lab. We're in Franklin, Tennessee.
Big food up in there.
Looks like he's eating healthier.
Visual politic community. There's a word starting to circulate in the upper echelons of the Kremlin. A word that terrifies absolutely the entire Russian population. And that word is mobilization. Not just any mobilization. We're talking about a general mobilization.
Putin may gamble on mobilization to rescue Russia's Ukraine invasion.
And heads up, because this headline isn't an exaggeration. Russian outlet Vetska claims, citing sources inside the presidential administration itself, that factions within the security apparatus are already pushing for the order to be given. And you don't even need to rely on leaks. Just look at what the Kremlin has been doing for months now. A constant juggling act of measures to scrape up recruits from wherever it can. And the problem is, it's not working. Russia has a very serious recruitment problem. A problem that's showing up exactly where it hurts most, on the battlefield. Because so far this year, the front has been completely paralyzed. So it seems obvious, right? We're about to see a general mobilization. Well, hold on, because it's not that clear cut. A general mobilization is no small thing. It's exactly what Putin has been avoiding since day one. We already saw it in 2022, when he had no choice but to mobilize. He made sure that the move stayed limited, and that the burden fell on the empire's peripheral regions, the ones that could make the least noise. But of course, that source is drying up. And if it dries up completely, there's only one place left to look: the country's urban elite. And that means Moscow. That means St. Petersburg. That means going after the Russia that spent 4.5 years watching this war like it's a distant news broadcast. Yes, in recent months, they've started to feel it, with Ukraine's increasingly bold strikes. But with a general mobilization, they wouldn't just feel it anymore, they'd be in it. And here's the thing, we're talking about a population that is very, very tired of this damn war. In the most reliable polls, 62% favour ending the war as soon as possible, versus 28% who want to continue it. And obviously, faced with a hornet's nest like that, here at Visual Politic, we just couldn't stay quiet. So we've decided to make this video to answer 3 key questions. First, are we on the verge of a general mobilization in Russia? And if so, when is it expected? And how might it be?
If you could choose only one martial art to be efficient at, which would you pick? I guess combat sambo. It's the closest thing to MMA that you can really get. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Carried out. Second, what implications would it have on the front? And third, how are those more than 70 million Russians who just want this to end once and for all going to take it? Could this even be the beginning of the end for Putin? Well, let's find out. Alright, to answer the questions on the table, the first thing we need to do is understand exactly how paralyzed the front really is. Because yes, that earlier chart already makes it pretty clear, but honestly, it doesn't fully capture just how badly things are going for the Russians. Check this out. Last July, Russia captured 455 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, and this July, 37. Barely 37 square kilometers. That's 12 times less. Just over.
And if Trump weren't stupid enough. Let's see.
So at year 1, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very
Great news, VG Sean Grayson, the former deputy who shot that innocent black lady, has died in prison from colon cancer.
Sean Grayson died Sunday. He was the former Illinois sheriff's deputy serving a 20-year prison sentence for killing Sonia Massey in her home. Grayson's attorney confirmed his death but did not provide further details. The 32-year-old was convicted of second-degree murder last year for the fatal shooting of Massey, who called authorities over a possible prowler outside her home in July of 2024. Grayson shot her.
This guy is so stupid.
In the face in her kitchen. Her killing sparked protests across the country. In response, Illinois passed the Sonia Massey Act, requiring law enforcement agencies to more closely review applicants' pasts. Grayson was diagnosed with colon cancer before Massey's killing. In May, he did seek medical release under an Illinois law for terminally ill prisoners, but he was denied that request.
Well, good riddance. That guy's a dumbass. Thanks, Dodo.
Importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs
Now, this is retarded.
the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions.
Yeah, less vaccinations for children. What could go wrong?
We're strongly requesting, even telling people when you get your shots for your young child, and this has to do, we think, with preventing autism, that you go to the
Vaccines do not cause autism.
doctor for 5 small shots instead of 1 big, massive shot. You do it in 5 different shots.
There's no reason to do that.
5 different
This is just going to result in fewer vaccinations.
shots. Small, little shots where those beautiful little bodies can handle it. And I think you're going to see a very big difference in the rate of autism, which is like an epidemic.
Oh, society is degenerating. Thanks, Dodo.
For 1 square kilometre a day. And mind you, we're talking about the entire theatre of operations, from Sumy to Kherson, where there's more than 1,000 kilometres of contact line. Put another way, in an entire month of campaigning, an army of roughly 700,000 men captured the equivalent of Madrid's Barajas airport and paid an absolute fortune for it. Look at the estimates from Ukraine's general staff. In July, Russia lost 42,860 men. It was the bloodiest month of all of 2026. And even if that number might be somewhat inflated, these are Ukrainian estimates. After all, the fact is that almost no source disputes the underlying reality. Russia is suffering like never before. It's losing troops at a breakneck pace. And the attrition isn't limited to personnel. 2,016 artillery systems destroyed. Almost 14,000 vehicles, an absolute record since the invasion began. And brace yourself, we're also talking about more than 54,000 drones shot down in a single month. Last July, for comparison, it was 6,000. And that's just at the front. Because meanwhile, behind the lines, Ukraine is popping Russian refineries like party balloons, logistics, infrastructure everywhere. Even dozens of Russian Amazon warehouses. The situation can be summed up in 4 words: maximum cost, maximum reward. So why is this happening? What's changed? Well, the answer is complex, and we've already gone deep into it in several videos, but broadly speaking, it comes down to 2 big factors. On one hand, Ukraine's technological capability. On the other, Russian attrition.
I'm telling you, people like Trump are sending us back to the Stone Age.
Yeah. Yeah. He's, piece of work, all right. I think I might stop the GLP-1 agonists or like massively reduce the dose. Food's just staying in my stomach for too long.
The first big reason is a fundamental shift this war is going through. And yes, we're talking about drones. Devices that, according to various estimates, are now responsible for between 70 and 80% of all casualties at the front. But careful, we're not just talking about the drones you're picturing. We're also talking about fiber optic FPVs. Take, for example, Ukraine's Patashka drone. What makes it so special? See, a normal FPV is controlled by radio, and wherever there's a signal, electronic warfare steps in. Jammers cut the drone's communication link and bring it down before it reaches its target. Well, the fix turned out to be almost absurdly simple. Strip out the radio and attach a cable instead. These drones trail a spool with kilometers of fiber optic cable, which unspools mid-flight and keeps them tethered to the pilot. And what does that mean? That electronic warfare does absolutely nothing to them. There's no signal to jam. The first spools offered a range of 10 kilometers. Today's most advanced Ukrainian models claim 50. And of course, a weapon that's cheap, invisible, and impossible to jam multiplies on its own, to the point that today both sides are launching tens of thousands of them a month. And you know what proves it? The cables themselves. Look at what's on the screen. A frontline town literally blanketed in fiber optic cable, hanging from trees, from poles, from rooftops. Every one of those strands was once a drone hunting a target. And those webs keep getting denser, because the use of these drones has intensified massively in recent months. In fact, some sources suggest it's doubled so far this year, which of course is creating a genuine death strip.
This death strip isn't a trench or a line on a map. It's a band of terrain on both sides of the front where anything that moves and gets spotted is living on borrowed time. There are drones watching around the clock. If they see you, you die. It's that simple. And the alarming part is how much it's grown. At the start of the war, that zone was about 5 kilometers. Today, it's between 20 and 25 kilometers on each side, and it's expected to reach 30 before the year is out.
Because of this, Russia's way of advancing has had to change completely. They can no longer mass men, armor, or ammunition, because the moment they do, they become far too vulnerable a target. So instead, they use infiltration groups of 1 to 3 soldiers who move through the ruins at night in hiding, trying to take positions little by little. But of course, that strip keeps getting harder to penetrate. It's bigger, and there are more drones operating inside it. And that explains a good part of why advances have slowed down so much. Now there's another variable weighing on this too, Russian army personnel. Though careful, because on this topic the sources are very muddled. Some very credible ones, like the Institute for the Study of War, say Russia is suffering more casualties than it's able—
You know, VG, if there really is a hell, hopefully it just gained a new prisoner with Sean Grayson.
Hopefully, you know. Guy is a dumbass. Thanks, Dodo.
To recruit, and that this is heavily grinding down personnel on the ground. But others claim the exact opposite, that they're recruiting more and more people.
Why are you so gassy? Did you eat food from a gas station in Jazz?
Who's right? It's genuinely hard to know. If we take the major estimates and put them together, Russian casualties range from 5,000 to 8,200 men a week, and recruitment between 5,500 and 8,000. So depending on how you look at it, Russia is either gaining 3,000 soldiers a week or losing 2,700. So seen that way, personnel doesn't seem like such a worry.
Another reason why we need eugenics is because of the job market. All those ambitious go-getters and dream career people need to get weeded out of the gene pool so they stop taking all the jobs of us regular people who just want a paycheck apply to.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, dude.
Worrying variable for Moscow, right? Maybe they don't need any general mobilization after all. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's explain. Because what matters here isn't how many soldiers Russia has, it's whether that number keeps growing. Look, in 2024, they had just over 500,000 men deployed at the front. By late 2025, they were already nearing 700,000. Considerable growth, but that trend has stopped. So far in 2026, the number is completely stagnant. Russia has stopped accumulating troops. Now think about that for a second. In absolute terms, Russia might not be losing deployed troops or losing very few. But in relative terms, it's losing, and a lot. Why? Because remember what we just told you. Every month that passes, advancing gets harder. The death strip is wider and more impenetrable. The attrition level keeps rising. The accumulated exhaustion is getting—
You ever been interested in foraging? This account has a great foraging education. She's vegan. Not really. Like, a lot of wild edible plants are, like, not they don't taste good.
But it's really good for you. And it makes the most satisfying sound when you pick it. Meet Itadori, or Japanese knotweed. Roy Nautica japonica? Nope, sorry.
Yeah, I've seen her channel before. Yeah.
Some of these your ears. Using chopsticks because, I don't know, tender is...
Yeah, like wild edible plants just aren't great. Like, I'm more of a fruit kind of guy. And I just like broccoli and peas, really, so, Thanks, Animal Liberation. Soul Child. Somebody, I don't care, dude. Thanks.
Getting harder to bear, and the effort required to capture each square kilometre has skyrocketed. In other words, they need far more units to shift that trend and force a breakthrough at the front. What they have now is nowhere near enough. That much is becoming clearer by the day. And yet, the Russian army, at best, hasn't grown in capacity for half a year. At worst, it may be starting to shrink. Which is why more and more analysts believe that neither in 2026 nor in 2027 will Russia manage to seize what's left of Donbass. All of this, of course, assuming we stay under the current dynamic. Bottom line, the number of deployed troops is one of the variables that could determine this war's future. Up until now, the Russians had managed to get troops fairly easily, but this year, things have stalled, while accumulated fatigue keeps growing. So why isn't it so easy for Moscow to get troops anymore? Well, stay with us. In September 2022, Putin signed Decree 647, a 10-point order that let him call up any Russian citizen with prior military experience, whether they wanted to go or not. In just over a month, that mobilized 302,503 men. But careful, they didn't come from all of Russia equally. Far from it.
If we look at recruitment per capita across the different regions of the Federation, we'll see it could hardly be more unequal. A perfect example is Buryatia, a poor republic in Russia's far east. There, they called up about 3 men out of every 100 of military age, very similar to other regions like Ryazan or even Kaliningrad. By contrast, if we look at more urban regions like Moscow itself,
What was that link Soulchild sent? It was probably something anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's just stupid. Thanks, Dodo.
the story changes completely. There, they called up 1 in 200. In other words, a man from Buryatia had 6 times the odds of ending up at the front compared to someone from Moscow.
So why did they pick people from such far-flung places? Basically for 2 good reasons. First, because they were far less likely to complain. They weren't part of the country's urban elite, had no platform and no ability to organize, which made them an easy target. And second, because they're much poorer, something the Kremlin has exploited with its checkbook. And in fact, after that September 2022, Putin never mobilized again. He switched methods. Instead of forcing people, he started buying them. He started buying ordinary citizens with money, or
Krona hot. It's a nice squirrel. My goodness. Or a chipmunk. No, or is that a squirrel? I think it's a squirrel. That's a good squirrel. I like squirrels. That's good.
The Prince of Wales has grown up in such a privileged lifestyle that he doesn't have mechanics to choose for himself anymore. Everything is done for him. His pajamas are pressed every morning so that they don't have creases in them for the next day. His shoelaces are pressed flat with an iron. His underwear is folded in a certain way. The bath towel has to be placed in a certain fashion. The bath plug has to be in a certain position. The water temperature has to be just tepid and only half full. Prince Charles does have his valet squeeze 1 inch of toothpaste onto his toothbrush every morning.
This guy's a fucking pansy. I hate him.
If anyone gets anything wrong, everybody is scolded. On one occasion, he rang me from his library and he said, "Oh, Paul, a letter from the Queen seems to have fallen into my waste paper bin. Would you..."
That's a chipmunk VG.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
You pick it out. The waste paper bin was there. He was sat there. I had to bend down into the paper bin and pick out the letter, put it back on his desk. Will that be all, Your Royal Highness? Yes, thank you very much. It was beneath him to stoop and forage through his own waste paper bin.
What a fucking piece of shit. Fucking asshole. Dodo, Sarah Pine's description of 20th century continental powers describes Russia today exactly, precisely. I think you mean Sarah Payne, but yeah. Oh wait, I read that wrong. You said Payne. Yeah, Sarah Payne's dead on with that stuff. Thanks, Dodo. Ben Boy, and the fact that people are defending that woman for strangling her kids because she had a mental illness. Just more proof that the human race is a joke. Well, we're living in a retarded society with absolutely no personal responsibility. So yeah. It's just fucked. Thanks, Ben Boy.
Prisoners with the promise of getting out of jail. And this isn't a minor detail. Of all the Russian dead who could be identified by name, almost 4 out of 10 were volunteers who signed a contract. Another 10% were recruited prisoners. Those mobilized in 2022 don't even reach 8%. In other words, this war is being fought mostly by people who signed a piece of paper in exchange for a bonus that, in Russia's heartland, sounds like winning the lottery. It worked wonderfully. You already saw it earlier. Russia went from just over 500,000 men at the front to nearly 700,000. And why did people sign up? Just do the maths. In Buryatia, where the average salary is around $600 a month, the bonus was equivalent to almost 3 years' salary paid up front. That bargain is running out. The people who could be bought are running out. And we know that because the price hasn't stopped climbing. Look at the escalation. In January 2024, the average regional bonus was 159,000 rubles. By December of that same year, 908,000. They multiplied it almost 6-fold in 12 months. And in March 2026, it hit an all-time high, 1,470,000 rubles. In fact, it's estimated Russia now spends more than $10 billion a year just on signing bonuses. That's just the upfront bonus, not counting salaries or compensation. And here's the important part. Even so, it's not enough. Because in the first quarter of 2026, with the highest bonuses of the entire war on the table, recruitment hit its lowest point in 3 years. Barely around 70,000 contracts between January and March, 20% less than the year before. Record prices and a record low in sign-ups, all while more men than ever are being lost at the front, which explains headlines like this one.
Putin's war machine scours the home front for recruits. Moscow turns to raids, pressure, and deception to enlist soldiers to fight against Ukraine.
Raids, pressure, and deception. Something was certainly happening before and has now intensified for a very simple reason. They can't keep up. So basically, Putin's army has a very serious personnel problem. And the worst part isn't the present. The worst part is where it's headed. Because it's going to get
Agent Cody, who's the hottest politician woman in the last 15 years? I don't care. Thanks, dude.
harder and harder to attract people, right when they're going to need more and more of them. So what's the way out? There are only two. Either sit down and negotiate to end the war, or find recruits by whatever means necessary.
I want to watch this documentary, so let's do that now. This is an hour. I'll think about it. Thanks, Dodo.
And so far, Putin hasn't shown a single sign of wanting to sit down. So only the second option remains. And that pressure is already trickling down the entire chain of command. From the Kremlin to the governors, from the governors to the military commissariats, and from there onto the streets. Notice what a Novosibirsk regional government official told Vetska.
We have one of the lowest contract signing numbers in the whole country. They've made it clear that if we don't hit the required figures by August, something harsh is coming. What? I don't know.
And as you're all probably thinking, something harsh sounds a lot like general mobilization. But careful, because this is a card Putin doesn't want to play, and one he'll try everything to avoid playing. But there is...
You can put it on 2x speed, no problem. Okay, hold on. Watch that next, okay, Dodo? Thanks.
Reality is he's almost run out of places to squeeze, and whatever he manages to scrape together at this point is going to be more of a patch than a real solution. So it all points to the same conclusion. If Putin wants to take what's left of Donbass, he's going to have to announce a general mobilization, or, well, some kind of broad, generalized mobilization. Which brings us straight to the first question we posed at the start. Can he actually do it? Well, the short answer is yes. He can. And not only can he, the decision rests entirely and exclusively with him, because it's worth remembering how Russia actually works. Putin doesn't have to convince a parliament, negotiate with a coalition, or go through any court. He's the sole ruler of the country. If he wants to do something, there's absolutely no one who can stop him. In fact, that's exactly how it played out in 2022. The partial mobilization was prepared in the strictest secrecy, and the decision was made personally.
Hopefully, much like Sean Grayson, she dies in prison too. And if there is a hell goes there with him, there they can both enjoy their honeymoon there.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thanks, Dodo.
I've donated enough. I think it's time we take it to the next stage. Kiss me, you fool.
How about I just make you some cream of wheat with protein in it? Thanks, Dodo.
By Putin, together with the top brass of the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff. But beyond that, the legal groundwork is already in place. And there are two things here that don't always get talked about. First, under Russian law, there's no difference at all between partial and general mobilization. None. This law doesn't define either one. And the second is even bigger. Remember Decree 647, the one Putin signed in September 2022? Well, that decree has never been repealed. It's still in force. Yes, Putin declared the mobilization complete on October 28th of that year, but that was a verbal statement in front of the cameras. It wasn't a legal act. There's no decree formally ending it. And in case there was any doubt, in May 2023, Russia's own Supreme Court confirmed that Decree 647 remains formally in effect. And do you know what that means? That to mobilize again, Putin doesn't need to sign anything at all. All he has to do is stop saying it's over. So the question is when he'll stop saying that. And there's fairly broad consensus among analysts after the Duma elections. This September on the 18th, 19th and 20th, Russia holds legislative elections. Voters will elect the 450 seats of the State Duma, plus the parliaments of 39 regions and about a dozen governors. All of it, of course, in a context of thoroughly rigged elections. But even though the outcome is a foregone conclusion, these elections set the calendar, because Putin has a very consistent habit. Decisions that cause pain are always made after people vote. Never before. And you already know the best example because we just told you about it. On September 11th, 2022, Russians voted in more than 20 regions and united Russia won everywhere. 10 days later, on September 21st, Putin signed the partial mobilization decree. And there are several more examples just like it. So everything suggests that if it happens, that mobilization would come after the elections. Now then, could it actually change the dynamics of the war? Well, let's assume Putin announces general recruitment. The first question is what troop target he'd put on the table. In 2022, it was 300,000. And note that of those 300,000, only about 150,000 actually became organized, usable units. The rest was lost along the way. For this autumn, rumors put the number at 500,000, though that figure came from a Ukrainian body and hasn't been independently confirmed. But the number isn't even the main problem. The problem is the timing, because mobilizing isn't like turning on a tap. You have to locate people, summon them, equip them, and train them, and that takes months. And here's the important part, because even so, analysts don't believe Russia would achieve the breakthrough at the front that it needs. And the reason is exactly what we told you earlier. No matter how many men you throw in, the death strip is still there, and it's still impossible to mass enough forces to pull off a large-scale offensive. Add to that the genuine web of Ukrainian fortifications, and there's your answer. More men would mean more progress, but not fast progress. Progress like what we've seen over the last 2 years, drip by drip. And that's assuming the Ukrainians don't keep improving their technological and military production capabilities, which, lately, they've gotten us pretty used to.
At Red Panda Bear Zero, well, it doesn't matter anyway. They're stuck with each other for all eternity in a place of unmanageable suffering, whether they want to be there or not.
Alright, thank you, Dodo.
On top of that, mobilization would carry an enormous economic cost, because Russia is already dragging around a very serious labor shortage. So serious that Elvira Nabiulina, governor of the central bank, and the woman...
Hey. Drinking my berry smoothie and just wanted to say hi.
Well, that's nice. I really love berry smoothies. I think I might make one tomorrow, and I'll have it with some Vegemite. That sounds like a plan. Thanks, Sandplank. Appreciate it. New vegan rap song out. Let us know what you think of the lyrics.
Hello?
Yo, our song just came out. I need to do some videos. Send me one.
It's 2 a.m. I'm sleeping.
Alright, cool. That means you're up. Yo, just do it in your room. Just send it in like 15 minutes. Maybe 10. Alright, boy.
Hello?
Can make a change. Wanna rabbit fur, that's just strange. Yearly sheep still causes pain. Fashion and style, no need for brand names. You don't need a belt from Hermes or a fancy Burberry dress. Who are you? Trying to impress with their skin? It's giving hard pass. Why cow skin when an apple is there? Why for a person like cow dies? Not fair.
You know. Thanks, Animal Liberation. Beginner. This is gonna be stupid. Yeah, you don't do weighted plyometrics. That's dumb as shit. That is dumb as shit. Yeah, that's literally stupid. Thanks, beginner.
Holding up Russia's war economy, said so in April with a bluntness that, coming from a technocrat, amounts to a scream.
We have never until now in the history of modern Russia lived with such a deficit of labor force. Never had this. And it affects the entire economic situation.
And there's the key point. Mobilization doesn't create men. It just moves them around. It pulls them out of factories and puts them in trenches. But careful, because the economy wouldn't only weaken from that, also from what would follow, a genuine brain drain. Because when Putin signed that decree in 2022...
Did you finally see the new fully uncut Chris Hansen interview with EDP that was released today?
I did not. We're not gonna have time to watch that tonight. We'll watch that tomorrow. Thanks, dude.
Russia emptied out at least 650...
I'm having bad anger bouts on tea. Have you experienced this? It's all in your head. Testosterone does not cause anger. Totally unrelated to testosterone, dude. The only explanation for that would be you have a contaminated gear source and they gave you Tren or something. But you don't get anger issues on testosterone. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I have to pee and or poop. But I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. Oh, that was a good shit. Oh. Oh, so much better. Oh, okay.
1,000 Russians who left back then are still outside the country today, and with a devastating profile. Around 80% with university degrees, between 20 and 40 years old, from the tech and science sectors. If there's a second mobilization, that would happen again, no doubt about it. The Kremlin knows it, and that's why it spent months closing the door. An automatic travel ban the moment your summons arrives, and not a single multiple entry Schengen visa issued since November 2025. Sure, they can make it extremely difficult, but people are going to want to leave anyway, and one way or another, they will manage it. And this is exactly where you can see the underlying problem with mobilization, because it would break the social status quo this war rests on, an unwritten pact that says the war is fought by other people. It's fought by prisoners, by the poor from remote republics, and by immigrants. And you living in Moscow won't be touched, and breaking that could stir up serious trouble.
Any attempt to conscript large numbers of Russians would shatter this unspoken social contract and could potentially destabilize the home front.
And it just so happens that the people who'd be swept up in this mobilization are the very ones most supportive of the war. Something that would change the moment the weight landed on them. Remember that support chart from earlier? Well, zoom in and things get interesting. Across Russia as a whole, only 28% want the war to continue. But in Moscow, it's nearly 49%, almost half. In other words, the Russians most enthusiastic about this war are exactly the ones living in the city that sends the fewest sons to the front. And you don't have to speculate about what would happen if that changed, because it already happened once. In August 2022, before the partial mobilization, 48% of Russians wanted the war to continue. A month after the decree, that had dropped to 36%. And that was a mobilization that carefully avoided the big cities. Now be careful, because there's a huge difference between 2022 and today. Putin's repressive apparatus has grown enormously. Russia's National Guard, the Rosgvardia, now has around 400,000 troops, and for the first time has been equipped with tanks, self-propelled artillery, and multiple rocket launchers. This past February, Putin even created his own general staff for it, and its budget keeps climbing. Bottom line, Putin's beloved special operation is getting more and more complicated. The front is essentially frozen, and the recruitment tap is closing on him. So if he really wants to keep going, he's going to have to make a risky move. And yes, he's spent time preparing to tie up loose ends so things don't spiral out of control. But no matter how well prepared he is, it's still a risk the Tsar will have to take. And that's exactly why his decision will be so revealing. Because it won't just tell us how many soldiers he's sending to the front, it'll tell us where he really stands, and how he actually sees this war. If he mobilizes, the message is crystal clear. He's willing to go very far in Ukraine, and to pay a domestic price he spent 4.5 years avoiding. And if he doesn't mobilize, if he keeps scraping recruits together from here and there, the message is exactly the opposite. More optimistic, sure, but that's nowhere near saying this war is about to end. At most,
Any casualties, we're pushing back. Hey, yeah, come back, come back. Watch out. ID, bro.
Mourned the 13 American service members cut down in their prime. And the death of 170 Afghan
and operational partners will be out of Afghanistan before we mark the 20th anniversary of that heinous attack on September 11th.
The president decided to withdraw all troops by September 11th, to go to zero. The military had advised him not to go to zero. Instead, to keep a residual force behind permanently.
The president's decision was to withdraw completely. I've been pretty consistent that I felt we should not withdraw. With a force of about 2,500, we would be able to maintain support for the Afghan military.
The president decided against it, against keeping any forces. His decision was based on the assumption that if he kept forces there, that the U.S. might get reentangled in conflict in Afghanistan.
He wanted to say to the American public that he was the president who got us out of Afghanistan, who ended the forever war. Bush couldn't do it. Obama couldn't do it. Trump couldn't do it. Biden did it. And everybody took their cues from that.
The president has decided to end America's involvement in our longest war. And we're going to do just that.
Biden's decision to go to zero affected all subsequent choices, such as what to do with Bagram Air Base. Bagram had huge strategic and tactical advantages. Bagram was the closest U.S. base to China, India, Pakistan, and Iran. Originally built by the Soviet Union, Bagram was the center of U.S. combat operations since 2001. Bagram was like a small city with 2 huge runways, as well as hospitals, hangars, housing, and much else.
By staying at 2,500, my recommendation, we would not have had to give Bagram up. We did not want to give Bagram up. When you go to zero, you lose the capability to hold Bagram Airfield. It's inescapable.
Bagram Airfield was well suited to an orderly, safe evacuation, unlike Kabul. Now that option was gone.
At the point that the decision was made to close Bagram, we had already passed the point of, without having to put more forces back into Afghanistan, that decision, I think it was much more fraught with risk.
Often in this withdrawal process, it seems to me that just that kind of the press of events overtakes the decision process, so that you no longer have a good decision.
Right. That's accurate, yeah.
The number of people I talked to that were at Bagram are like, hey, you're leaving on a plane in the next 48 hours. And like leaving a yellow sticky note and keys to their Afghan counterpart saying, we're leaving, goodbye, good luck, and they're gone. How is that a responsible way to do business?
The only sign of the Afghan army now in charge of Bagram Air Base is at the entrance. Inside, there are miles of unguarded roads and barracks.
After we left, hundreds of millions of dollars of weapons and equipment remained. Eventually, the Taliban seized it.
When we left Bagram, all U.S. equipment was removed. Lots of equipment remained that was being used by the Afghans.
Did you believe that the Taliban was going to overrun it quickly?
I thought it would certainly happen.
Worried about the bad optics around the 9/11 date, President Biden moved up the final departure of the U.S. military.
Our military mission in Afghanistan will conclude on August 31st.
The president and his advisors expected the Afghan government and army to continue on beyond August 31st, fighting the Taliban or negotiating a peace agreement with them, aided by U.S. diplomacy.
Is a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops at 300,000.
Yeah,
well
that's
equipped,
just
well
a
equipped as
joke.
any army in the world, and an air force, against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Not only were these troop numbers unrealistically high, but the U.S. withdrew all its support for the Afghan military, which for years had been fighting against the Taliban alongside the U.S. military. Now, suddenly, no more embedded U.S. special forces, no more U.S. air support, no more U.S. contractors servicing equipment and training Afghans.
Let me be clear what we did. We withdrew to zero in terms of support for the Afghans. We stopped support for their air force and country. We stopped supporting them logistically in terms of helping them move supplies. All of those functions went away.
We even see these things back in the days that if you pull everything out of Afghanistan, if you pull the contractors out, if you pull the special forces out, if you pull your air assets out, and you don't give us anything, then we will lose.
The soldiers who've relied so much on international training, air support and weaponry are now being left to tackle the Taliban insurgency on their own.
When Afghan President Ashraf Ghani visited Washington, D.C., President Biden told him a different story about U.S. support.
You know, our troops may be leaving, but support for Afghanistan is not ending in terms of support and maintenance of helping maintain their military, as well as economic and political support.
The Taliban are on the march and gaining territory at an astonishing rate.
I call it the big red blob. You'd watch the tracker. We had the map of Afghanistan up in our operations center. And the Taliban, their front line and their locations were captured in red. And from February, where they had 78 districts, once the announcement goes out, by mid-June, they have 100 districts. So moderate growth, but a month later, they had 200 districts. It was doubling at this incredible rate. You could walk in the ops center and see it. It was this big red blob that was just gobbling up terrain.
There wasn't much fighting
Think
going
about
on.
6 to 8 liters of water a day.
The provincial capitals were falling as a result, mostly as a result of deals and understanding arrived at between the two sides.
The Taliban is now moving in on cities, capturing Kunduz Sungai, home to nearly 300,000.
Local governors, recognizing the inevitability of a Taliban victory, preferred to cut a deal early.
Taliban propaganda video unverified by
It was not a fight. It was not a war. It was not by force. It was a local negotiation through the tribal elders.
As the Taliban approached Kabul, they liberated 2 prisons, releasing thousands of Taliban fighters, but also numerous ISIS-K terrorists, surprising some American officials. The Taliban was supposed to contain ISIS-K on our behalf, on the theory that ISIS-K were their enemies too.
ISIS-K and the Taliban are first cousins, so to speak. The Taliban want their Islamic Caliphate. ISIS-K wants to export this globally and do more and more damage around the world.
So now you've got 7,000 to 8,000 of the worst, either in or near Kabul or heading to Kabul.
It's been said that one of the prisoners released was the suicide bomber. Is that?
I think it's very possible. I think evidence tends to show that's the case. I think that's probably the case.
It's a horrible thing to contemplate, I think.
It certainly is.
Since the military was drawing down to zero, they wanted to plan a total civilian evacuation, a NEO, or non-combatant evacuation operation. But the State Department had other ideas. Even without the military, they hoped to keep the Kabul embassy open, to work with the new coalition government they envisioned.
Yes, we all wanted the embassy to remain open. It was fully our expectation that the Afghan government and the Afghan military would not collapse. It was the desire of Congress to make sure that we remained engaged in Afghanistan.
Did the State Department think that they would be able to maintain that embassy to the future?
I believe they had a vision where they would be able to maintain that embassy, where the Taliban would acquiesce to our presence.
Circumstances didn't bear it out.
Well, the circumstances did not bear that vision out.
As Kandahar fell and the Taliban approached Kabul, the president of the State Department finally announced the start of a civilian evacuation, a NEO, on August 14th. The military had fewer than 20 days to complete the evacuation. Too little time. Why did the State Department wait so long?
There was a White House meeting the first week of August to talk about the way ahead, and a senior administration official said in that meeting, there's not going to be a NEO. We're not going to do it. To do a NEO would be to admit failure.
I've heard that said.
This is the first week of August.
The NEO.
The deal was executed by the State Department and the Defense Department.
And I would have to say, sir, waiting till the last minute is not executing a plan at all. And it led to the deaths of many Americans and Afghan people and Afghan allies.
Mr. Chairman, the record reflects that, again, this decision was reached collectively. No one urged initiating the NEO until we decided to do it on the 14th.
I think the Department of State largely ignored the problem, wanted the problem to go away, and finally recognized the scope and scale of what was in Afghanistan after our military withdrawal far too late, only in mid-August. Let me say that again, only in mid-August.
Dude, I'm not like a defense expert or anything, but I called this way ahead of time. I said the Taliban's gonna immediately take over. Like the Afghan military is a joke. Like, it's just crazy that they tried to put out this like bullshit that, oh, there's 300,000 troops in the Afghan military. They can, you know, stop the Taliban. It was just so obvious. Such a dumb idea.
The call I got on the morning of the 15th from General Alzai is, my forces have capitulated at the gates. Taliban have a clear shot into Kabul.
Later that day, without warning, President Ashraf Ghani fled to the United Arab Emirates.
Were you surprised that President Ghani fled so quickly?
Yeah, I guess I was. I mean, so completely quickly. Like, get up and walk out and not tell anybody you're leaving. Kind of quickly.
Now with the Taliban fully in control of Afghanistan, the world is watching.
By the end of the day, the Taliban had overrun the presidential palace. U.S. forces were confined to our embassy and the airport, H. Kaya, which would be the site for the evacuation. The Taliban agreed to provide security for us in the rest of Kabul, which they controlled. At the airport, matters became desperate.
A rumor spread all around Afghanistan that anyone that can make it to the airport in Kabul would go to the United States. So there was a rush from the countryside to get to the airport.
Don't blame them.
Soon, frantic Afghan civilians started flooding into the airport.
Around that time, 11 o'clock, midnight, a text message came out through the Signal chat app saying that the walls have been breached. Get all available Marines and head to it. So we just ran outside, just ran into the darkness.
In the morning, the numbers swelled.
That's absolutely crazy.
Exactly, and humans say they are the most intelligent species.
Might be the most intelligent, but not the most wise. That's for sure. Thanks, Dodo.
Once the sun came up, it seemed like the numbers exponentially grew. The people woke up in the morning and thought, hey, we need to get out of this country.
We saw upwards of 4,000 to 5,000 people rummaging through the terminal. There were fences that they could just climb over. It was like water pouring over a rock.
Later that morning, a C-17 came in for a landing.
Plane landed, going relatively slow on the airfield, and which gave the civilians opportunity to jump on the plane.
I remember seeing the C-17 taxiing down the runway, people clinging onto the sides of it, sitting on the wheel well.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
The C-17 had arrived with vital equipment to secure the airport. But with the crew and aircraft threatened by the mob, its mission was aborted.
Eventually, I ordered the C-17 to take off immediately. If that aircraft is destroyed on this side, either on the tarmac or on the runway, we've got a much bigger problem. Now we're talking catastrophic mission failure.
Watching it lift
Is that
off
a guy,
of the ground,
literally?
and just seeing kind of like almost stick figures just falling through the air, probably 200, 150 feet off the ground.
That is stupid.
I remember seeing, I want to say 2 personnel that fell. 2 civilians fell off that plane, and they landed.
Holy fuck.
And when that happened, it got quiet. Nobody was pushing anymore. Nobody was shoving. Nobody was fighting. It got quiet.
Because I didn't realize that it happened until we started to see the YouTube videos. And I knew right there that that was going to be the iconic symbol of our withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yeah, don't hang on to the side of a fucking plane. It's not a
The airport
train.
remained overrun by desperate people trying to get out of Kabul, away from the Taliban. So no planes could land or take off. This was the most dangerous moment of the entire withdrawal.
Around this point where I actually thought that we weren't going to make it. Because in the crowds, we didn't process. We didn't search these individuals coming through. We didn't know what could be a possible suicide bomber. They could have weapons shooting at us, and it was hand-to-hand fighting, using their weapons as blunt force weapons or blunt force, like hitting with the buttstocks of our weapon. We didn't know what these people were carrying.
The Marines could not clear the airport. So on the second night, the CIA brought in NSU units, or Zero units. These Zero units were Afghan special forces, created, trained, and funded by the CIA, technically under the control of the Afghan intelligence agency. Called death squads by their enemies, they had been fighting the Taliban under CIA direction since 2008.
They did in 1 hour we couldn't do, and at this point, a day and a half, 2 days already.
But how did they do it?
Violence. They straight up executed people, ran them over.
Did you actually see an NSU person shoot somebody?
Yes, sir.
You saw that, their cars actually hit
What
them?
else were they going to do?
Some people deny that happened.
No, I literally saw trucks running over people, sir.
And they deny that they shot into the crowd.
I'm not surprised.
People say
What else are they going to do?
that these NSU units shot into the crowds, killed people, and ran over them with the cars.
I had no reporting of that. I don't want to say I didn't. I knew they were firing above the crowd all the time, and it was.
Well, the Marines were doing that for the last day. And
Right. Crowd control. I just did not get any official reporting that they were shooting into the crowd, because otherwise I would have stepped in and said, "Stop, cease and desist" to our partners that had control of them.
That, like, I mean, I don't blame them. What else are they going to do? You have to clear the runway.
I just did not see that or hear that.
A dozen people, Marines, say they saw it. So I don't believe that they'd all make up something.
No, I don't either. I'm just telling you that that reporting never came up to my headquarters.
You haven't even seen reports now from people that even.
I have not.
Really?
I have not.
Yeah, it's fair.
We believe our first guys out there.
What are you going to do?
They mentioned some of the methods that the NDS and the Zero units used to clear that airfield. They would use vehicles.
Look, these idiots were hanging on to the side of a fucking plane. They're going to kill themselves, like, some way or another anyway. So, yeah.
They would run people over. They would execute people. They'd shoot them, shoot into the crowds, bearing witness to atrocities, to war crimes, and not being able to do anything about it. And that is just something that someone has to take home and wrestle with when they reflect on their service or their experience.
I wouldn't feel bad. Like, again, you got to secure the airfield, and these idiots would kill themselves anyway.
HKIA, potentially for the rest of their life.
The military needed the Zero units. Only the threat of imminent death could get people to leave the airport, to go where the Taliban, too, might kill them.
I firmly believe that if we didn't partner with the NSU unit, they didn't come to help us, we wouldn't be here today, sir.
And it's clear that we wouldn't have cleared the airport without them.
We could not have done clearly. We could not have held the airport without them too. They were vital to the success of our mission. Vital.
Like, I don't know what this bullshit is, where it's like, they committed war crimes. The fuck are you gonna do? Like, if they won't leave?
To get the Zero units to run over and fire upon their own countrymen, the CIA had to promise that they and their entire families would be evacuated. Ultimately, 30,000 of the 124,000 evacuated, almost 1/4, were Zero units and their families.
Critics of them like to say that they negotiated to get they and all their families out.
They did.
And it was a huge percentage.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, the military needed the Zero units to clear the airfield. Still, according to many witnesses, Afghan troops, Zero units, under the control of the CIA, had randomly massacred innocent civilians on an airfield run by our military, while our soldiers and Marines watched.
Yeah, how else are you going to clear the
Once
airfield?
the airfield was cleared, the desperate crowds, now outside the airport, tried to push their way back in at various airport gates. Abbey Gate, East Gate, and North Gate. The crowds at the gates had to deal with the Taliban, whom the U.S. had agreed would provide security outside the airport.
And that's why when I engaged with my Taliban counterpart, the idea was not to do crowd control, but how do you provide security?
Do you think they did a good job of that?
No, I do not.
Now I have to look at these people who I've wanted to kill and tried to kill, and who have also wanted and tried to kill me. I have to kind of work with them in order, because we were put into a position where that was the only resort.
The gates quickly became hellscapes, terrible to behold.
The first thing that you start to notice as you start to walk up to Abbey Gate is the smells. Just the mix between the feces and the blood, the decaying bodies. And then you start to hear the noise. it was deafening. Just the amount of just people screaming and yelling for the opportunity to get taken by us. But once you get past the gate, there's a canal. Inside that water was sewage from the city. And inside that water as well was razor wire.
Oh, jeez.
And some people were getting cut. And, some people getting sick very quickly.
Yeah, and they don't have any antibiotics. These people are fucking chimpanzees.
There are all these stories of babies being thrown over the wire and babies suffocating. Did you see any of that?
So I've seen many times, dying babies. They would try their best to hand them over to us, and the corpsmen doing everything that they could to try to revive them.
When that baby was handed over, the iconic video that's out there, we had just showed up at the East Gate.
That kind of happened all the time.
That was just one snippet of many occasions that happened. Some civilians just throwing babies over. We saw babies on the ground that were just thrown on the ground. Some of them orphans, some of them looked like they were sleeping, some of them dead. So we crawled over them to push people back.
The chaos at the gates stemmed, in part, from conflicting orders issued by the State Department about whom to let in. First, it was U.S. citizens with passports and holders of special immigrant visas, SIVs. But what qualified as proof of that status?
They had a bunch of paperwork that allegedly was from the State Department, but I think the State Department had just emailed it out. So the idea that they wouldn't be able to just forward an email or photocopy a piece of paper. So these what were supposed to be official documents granting people official access to the airport very quickly became meaningless.
Who was allowed in also changed.
I actually absolutely sympathize with that because, as I said, at my level, I was getting the same conflicting guidance, and it changed on not just daily, sometimes hourly basis.
So, Abbey Gate, I was charged with processing the people that had valid documents, and then taking those who didn't have those documents back to the exits. That was essentially playing God with these people, choosing whether or not they were going to get rescued or be taken to the exits where the Taliban were. And oftentimes, the Taliban were executing people there, and people would beg you to kill them. They would beg you, they'd get down on their knees and point, hold your muzzle from your rifle to their head and beg you to shoot them. And it definitely played with my head for the time that I was doing that. Because the crowd on the other side of the canal would boo, or they would say things to me, and then just seeing the Taliban on the other side mocking us, smiling at us.
There have been instances where we have received reports of people being turned away or pushed back or even beaten. We are taking that up in a channel with the Taliban to try to resolve those issues.
I was at the East Gate, and while we were processing civilians through, I had this Afghani woman standing to my left side over the fence, and the wall was probably about 4 feet tall, and she stayed with me the whole night, probably 8-9 hours, and she kept begging me, please sir, let me in, I don't have a husband, I already have a target on my back, the Taliban's right there, they keep pointing at me, they keep looking at me, they're gonna kill me if you don't let me in, please sir. She kept begging all night, and I couldn't let her in. I didn't see her after that at all.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Push back! Get back! Hey, Jason! Get the guy, see where? Hey, get him off, get him off! Get him off!
Start shooting them.
Get him off! Get up!
We're asking young Marines to make life and death decisions on these families. That will haunt them until the day they die. It's unfair. It's something well beyond what they
I wouldn't give a shit.
ever signed up for, and they did their best.
On August 19th, President Biden widened the list of those eligible to be evacuated to all our civilian allies, broadly defined, a large group.
How about our Afghan allies? Does the commitment hold for them as well?
The commitment holds to get everyone out that, in fact, we can get out and everyone should come out.
One of the hardest things that still affects me to this day is we were told the criteria to let people on the airfield, which was American citizens, personnel. On the 19th, they had told us, hey, we're going to be letting anybody on the airfield. Meanwhile, there's thousands of families that got denied and dragged off by the Taliban because they didn't possess the right paperwork for a day and a half, 2 days later, for them to be accepted back on.
We received direction, correct, from the president, that if they up in front of the gate, largely, you were let them in. Many of the people who left did not meet our criteria for who we wanted to bring out.
It seemed like, just from the imagery, that it was the young military-age men that were able to push their way to the front
They
of the
can push
gate.
their way to the front, they can grab a woman or a baby with them to appear to be a family, and they can gain entrance. That is correct.
And what it turned out to be is, on the other side of the gate was survival of the fittest. So whoever was the strongest would fight their way up to the gate and would pretty much hold it until the gate opened and they made it through. So we noticed it was only military-age males going through there.
Yep.
I remember just seeing rows of military-aged men lining up to go get on our aircraft to get out. And I was just thinking, what is wrong with this picture?
Oh, man.
Where are the families at? I just remember turning around so many families and allowing these men to come across.
Many of the Afghans who had worked with us for over 2 decades were desperate to leave, fearing execution by the Taliban. They appealed to everyone with whom they'd worked for help.
Around about that same time, is when we started to get flooding of emails, phone calls, and the like. We need to get so-and-so out. We need to get the women's orchestra out. We need to get the women with white scarves out. We need to get so-and-so out. And overall, by our account, basically, it got to the point where I was getting direct phone calls. My wife back in the United States was getting direct phone calls. My friends were calling her, and they were getting phone calls. And so was every member of my staff and others.
Throughout this whole debacle of processing people through the gates, I was receiving text messages from Marines in the Marine Corps that served in Afghanistan in the prior years saying, hey, this guy that I used to work with, he's calling me, he's trying to get out. This is his name, this is what he looks like. Can you get him out for me? That wasn't happening. There's no way we could have gotten onesies and twosies out from the crowd of thousands and thousands of civilians. It wasn't going to happen.
Due to the chaos at the gates, many of our loyal allies did not make it through. Many did not even live in Kabul.
Thousands of these folks are now trapped in their homes. They cannot even try to get to Kabul. It's not safe. I know 2 lieutenants, veterans, who are like setting up a GoFundMe to save their translators.
In the end, the U.S. government left thousands of our loyal Afghan allies behind. Fortunately, several private enterprises tried to rescue as many as they could, but not nearly enough.
Currently, the security situation at the airport is stable. However, there are threats. We're closely monitoring those. At any moment, they could happen.
We knew that ISIS-K would seek to attack us. We knew that would happen, and preventing that attack was a very high priority for us.
The Taliban was supposed to eliminate ISIS-K threats as part of securing Kabul for our withdrawal.
The Taliban clearly did not do anything with the fairly timely and what I think was reliable information about known ISIS locations within Kabul. They didn't do anything with it.
You couldn't have taken out those locations yourself, right?
No, not because at that point, I didn't have the authority, and we didn't have, we could not have struck them in the center of Kabul. No, that was out of the question. The best case was the Taliban go and try to, take these individuals out. They didn't do it. But by the night of the 25th, it became clear that an attack was imminent.
Where are you going? Where are you going? We don't know what you're saying.
Why is this?
The bombing goes off, and you see a cloud of smoke. My staff sergeant looks over and he immediately claims it's, he says it's an ID. And we start running down there as fast as we could. And that's when we see, the mass casualty.
Jeez. Oh, fuck.
Blood in the air. What happened? You smell blood. It was horrific.
You guys good? Hey, look at me. Are you guys in the right state of mind? Let's go. Let's go.
Holy motherfucker, dude.
There's a ID, bro. Where's that kid? Hey, you good? Are you hit anywhere? Huh? How's your head? Hey, yeah, get him back, You're good, bro.
I was unafraid to die at that moment. I wanted to be there. I wanted to do what I could to help. And if given the opportunity, I would have gone with the guys into that city to find whoever did this and was responsible for it.
Get down. Hey, you good? Hey, come here. What's wrong? What's wrong? Get him water. It's the eyes. Hey, point in his eyes.
There's like a feeling of shock and disbelief a little bit.
Yeah.
And this isn't supposed to happen to the United States Marines and the U.S. military. So the idea that to have such a massive attack and so many people killed, it was shocking, and there was a little bit of like kind of disbelief.
13 U.S. service members were killed, as well as 170 Afghan civilians. 45 U.S. service members were wounded, and more than 150 Afghan civilians. The military spotted a white Toyota Corolla approaching the airport. What was the driver's intention?
The assessment was that individual was an ISIS-K affiliate that was driving the vehicle to conduct an attack on the airfield. It was a decision by the commander ultimately to look, do we strike or do we not strike on this vehicle that appears to be meeting all of the patterns that we're hearing on signals intelligence, or do we eat an IED?
Hell yeah, hellfire.
But the intelligence was wrong. The car belonged to an aid worker. The strike killed 10 people, including 7 children.
Well, that's an oopsie.
There was no evidence of explosives in the car. They were just innocent civilians.
You have to wonder, did Milley basically say, let's find a target? And his intelligence people said, okay, this is one. And they maybe didn't do the due diligence they needed to do.
The tragedy of 29 August was a mistake. We were wrong. We struck it. It was a mistake. We killed innocent people. I am profoundly sorry that that happened. It was an action undertaken in the heat of battle to protect our forces. It was not in revenge for the Abbey Gate attack.
During their last days at HKIA, the Marines were given one final.
By the way, if Israel did that, oh, they meant to do it. They just want to kill civilians, but when the United States does it, oh, well, you know, it's an oopsie. You know, it happens.
Task.
Our leadership there at HKIA told us to go clean up everything. And to us, it felt like we were cleaning up for the Taliban to come in. And I could see it on everybody's faces, including mine. Just another act of betrayal to us.
What was that like when that order came through?
I think, is it all right if I cuss a little bit?
Yes, sure.
Okay, yeah, of course. Like, they've been fucking me for the past 2 weeks. Why are they not going to continue to do that, and in the most ridiculous and kind of demeaning way that they can?
Finally, the last planes got ready to leave with the remaining troops. The war was over.
And I had to go do a press conference and report that fact. So I was focused on the press conference. I'm the person who announced it. The last C-17 lifted off from Hamid Karzai International Airport on August 30th this afternoon at 3:29 p.m. East Coast time.
The way I like to discuss it is, from tactical perspective, is we accomplished the mission that we were given. And those young men and women executed that mission and got 124,000 people off of the runway that otherwise would not have gotten off.
We did get 124,000 people out. A historic achievement.
But how many of those people were the ones that we were trying to get out?
Must have been a really.
That's the question I think I wrestle with is I do think that we've left a lot of people behind, including my brother's interpreter. He never made it out, and he should be here in the States, and we left him. It's hard to think about these people that we left behind.
The worst feeling I could imagine would be one of those Afghan families when that last plane left and you realized hope was gone. There's no way to sugarcoat it or justify it. We abandoned you because of poor choices and a poor decision, a poor execution in a manner that we didn't have to do.
Afghan women are slowly being rubbed out of society.
Once again in power, the Taliban are implementing their Islamist agenda.
Yep.
The Taliban are still the old people, the same people. The situation with regard to the women's rights, it's a disaster. We don't have any doctors on the ground.
The thing to understand about the Taliban, though, is they're not interested in attacking the United States. And the problem with the Taliban is they harbor Al-Qaeda and ISIS in particular does have plans to attack New York and Washington, does want to carry the war to our homelands.
You were very clear in your book that this was a defeat for America.
I don't know what else to call it.
Afghanistan was not worth it at all because it looks just like September 10th, 2001. All of the money, the blood, all of the effort we put in there was washed away by feckless, magical thinking.
Some say that our failed withdrawal in Afghanistan emboldened our enemies around the world.
This was a major, major mistake. And what it did was it undermined the American public's perception of Biden's competence. It also seeded, I think, the sense among adversaries that this president didn't have the will to do what was needed to stand up to America's crucial interests. I think it did lead to the perception in Moscow and in Tehran and in Gaza that they could take advantage of that. And I believe they did.
For the Marines who manned the gates, those days haunt them. They suffer from moral injury, which is very different than PTSD.
Moral injury is when you bear witness to, or you're the perpetrator of actions that go against your moral compass or code of values. Throughout HKIA, these guys were just stuck in a moral dilemma the entire time. Playing God to people's lives, choosing whether or not they got rescued or that they take them to the exit and potentially be harmed by the Taliban. It was a lot to weigh on these guys.
Partnering up with the Taliban, seeing what they would do to the civilians, with the NSU, what they would do to civilians. The fact that we couldn't actually do anything to prevent that from happening, it was a hard pill to swallow.
So I just remember coming home and dealing with my own psychological challenges. I just didn't resonate with PTSD. It didn't make sense to me. And I started to recognize the same thing was going on with everybody else, the reoccurring nightmares, just this damaged sense of identity, upon discovery of moral injury, that it was spot on with exactly everything that I was feeling and what a lot of other people were feeling at the time too.
Moral injuries is a real thing. I've experienced them, and thank God for the VA and their help that they've helped me out. Every single person there was injured in that sense. And it will, every time they close their eyes, as they're slipping into their sleep, it can come right in and get them. And there's nothing you can do about it except try to find good resource help.
And what can you do about moral injury? I mean, how can you deal with that?
The biggest key to it, though, is that our leadership, they need to answer to these things. They need to be held accountable for it. And if not, moral injury just persists and it can metastasize into mental illnesses or disorders. And it's just something that we deserve. We deserve to have our leaders address or talk to us, just simply talk to us about what happened. And maybe if it's within them, to seek forgiveness through us. And I think that we would be more than receptive as a community to go down that path with them.
It doesn't seem like that's actually happening, though, does it?
It does not. No, it does not. And it seems like seems like they turned their back to us. You know, they've lived their life, they're living on, while we're still here living with what we had to do on their behalf, on their mistakes.
It's been a busy time for all of us in this department. A proud one, and a solemn one, too.
Should anyone have been fired? Should anyone have resigned?
Let me put it this way. If that were Japan, they would have all resigned, including the prime minister, if that had happened in Japan, in shame, and taking responsibility. But that isn't the way modern American politics works.
Accountability actually decreases the higher up you go, I guess. You get further separated from the consequences of your actions. I don't get the benefit of the doubt as a company commander were I to have a training operation that was so poorly executed.
Let me be clear. All of this happened because we did not make a decision in April to bring out our embassy, our citizens, and our at-risk Afghans. Let's be very clear where blame lies for this. It doesn't lie with the joint force. It doesn't lie with the military people who are executing this operation. It lies with the political leadership that chose to turn a blind eye to the situation in Afghanistan and allow this to boil to a point in August when it became out of control and was beyond control of any reasonable military capability to impose order on it. But we should just be clear on this.
I do blame the president. This was his decision, and he bears the moral culpability. Yes, could this have been handled better? There's no question. You've gone through some of the different decisions, mistakes that were made along the way, but they all flow from the one fatal blunder.
No one wanted the war to end the way it did. Not the military, not the State Department, not the president. But the ones among the living who bear the brunt of the accumulated errors of others are the young men and women who stood at the gates.
Vegan deterioration meant...
It was going to be about what I think was potentially balding from a vegan diet. So I was a vegan for almost 7 years.
She's fat.
Was not underweight. I was not, according to my blood test, I wasn't undernourished or anything like that, but meat and eggs and everything. So actually, I made a video on the vegans of Instagram this week where I showed Chef Babette and her apparent balding, and she said that it was from like wearing tight head wraps and restrictive head wraps. And I'm not saying that can't cause hairline recession and balding, but I do think that eating a restrictive vegan diet, all vegan diets are restrictive. Don't say, oh, fruits, you're just eating nothing but raw fruits and vegetables and not beans and oats and plant proteins. I was eating all that, okay, and I still was getting bald-headed. Okay, so to me, bald-headed like that, I didn't know. All right, but then as I was going through, you can see down there, whatever. As the comparison, I'm in the middle.
I don't fucking care. Thanks, dude.
Metro 2039 is the fourth game in the long-running Metro series. The previous game in the franchise, Metro Exodus, was a bit of a departure for the series' norms. It got away from the traditional claustrophobic Metro Moscow setting, and instead had a road trip adventure set across multiple locations with environments that were open-world-like in structure. I really like Metro Exodus. I think it's a fantastic game, but it is undeniable that it has a very different flavor from the first two Metro games. Metro 2039 feels like a game where the developers decided to go back to the roots of the first two games, while still retaining a lot of the gameplay advancements and improvements from Metro Exodus. I got to play 3 hours of the game, and I came away very, very impressed. If the rest of the game can maintain the level of quality that I saw, Metro 2039 might just be peak Metro. But first, a bit of housekeeping. The demo I played was around 3 hours, took place halfway through the game. I was playing it on NVIDIA GeForce Now, which is their streaming service. I did not get to capture, so everything you are seeing is provided B-roll, not my own. The demo opens up very fittingly in a metro station, and right here at the beginning, we see the first major change for this game, which is you no longer play as RTM, who has been the series protagonist for the past 3 games. You now play as a new character, the unnamed Spartan Stranger. And unlike RTM, he talks.
What does he want from you?
Everything.
Everything.
They are pressuring me to hand over Sevastopolskaya to the Novarak. Why am I telling you this? My God, you don't even realize what's happening.
I actually have mixed feelings about this. Not that he talks at all. I actually like that. In the original Metro games, RTM technically did talk just in loading screens. It was like him writing in his journal. That's the only time you'd ever hear him talk.
As if they're in a conspiracy.
Otherwise, he was the strong and silent type, which I think worked a lot for the first Metro game, worked well enough for the second Metro game, but by Metro Exodus, it didn't really make sense that RTM didn't communicate at all, because a lot of that game is him talking with loved ones and friends, and it came across more as a one-sided conversation. So having him be a silent protagonist started to not make as much sense anymore. The Spartan Stranger in 2039 has motivations of their own. They're trying to find somebody. So having them talk to people, I think makes a lot of sense. I don't mind it. The thing I don't like is that, unfortunately, this guy has a habit of talking to himself when you're out alone during gameplay. It's a real pet peeve of mine with a lot of games, so depending on how you feel about it, your tolerance might be different than mine, but it's a lot of him just mumbling to himself, kind of stating things that are clearly meant for the player to pick up on it. I found it pretty obnoxious and annoying after a while, and I kind of wish it was toned back, or there's a way I could like not have him talk during those parts and only have him talk during the cutscenes where he's interacting with other people. It was the one part of the demo that I wasn't really that into. The demo continues, and you get a classic Metro 1 and 2 moment where you get to explore a station where a bunch of people live, walk around, experience a bunch of little vignettes, talk to people. Very classic stuff for Metro 1 and 2. The plot of this game is that it takes place a number of years after Exodus, and there is a power vacuum left by RTM and the other Spartans leaving the Metro, and now a new faction has taken over, and fascism reigns supreme in the Metro. Despite its dark subject matter, I think Metro as a series has always been one of hopeful optimism, especially the third game. The third game has a very optimistic outlook. There is none of that in Metro 2039. This game is very bleak and feels very hopeless. This is the Metro at its lowest point. The people of the Metro
Thanks for the support stitching, NoFap.
are beaten down. This is the Metro at its most hopeless. The developers have talked pretty candidly about how this game's story was shaped by the war with Russia and Ukraine, and I think you can really feel that in the tone and in the writing. As far as where the broader strokes of the stories and characters will go, the little snippet I saw was very brief, so it's hard to say, but so far, I like what they're doing with the setting. After the brief little snippet in the Metro station, you go outside into the surface, and this is where the gameplay really opens up. So to be clear, Metro 2039 is not an open world game in the same way that Metro Exodus does. However, they have clearly taken a lot of what was really cool about Metro Exodus and recreated it on a little bit of a smaller scale. So when you go outside, you have a clear objective that you need to get to, but you also have all these little buildings that you can go explore and find. Ammo caches, there are little environmental stories to be had, there are puzzles to solve. It is nowhere near the open size that Exodus was. It's much smaller in scale, but it was just big enough to not feel like I'm on rails the way that some of the older Metro games are. This gave me a sense of freedom in how I wanted to approach things and what I wanted to spend my time doing. Things like blueprints, crafting components, weapon benches, all of that returns from Metro Exodus, so it takes a lot of that kind of like crafting, scrappy survival structure that game had, but it applies it to this more condensed, smaller scale. All of the classic Metro elements that you expect are here. Flashlights that you need to recharge, Geiger counter, the filters on your mask. A new mechanic is a UV light, which is used in puzzle solving. There are lots of number combos that you need to find, and people have written messages that you can reveal using the UV light, but also it can be used in combat because the UV light can actually detect monsters that are hiding in corners around you. And so if you pull it out, you can see them before they get the jump on you. It's pretty cool. Combat itself is that very like classic, intense Metro experience. I played the game on Ranger difficulty. Everything goes down in a few shots, but you yourself can also go down pretty quickly if you're not careful. Every encounter feels incredibly intense and chaotic. I was a little shocked how much variety was packed into this tight little 2 to 3 hour experience I played. I had full-on stealth sequences using my night vision. There were puzzle sections. There were quiet moments where you were just kind of appreciating the decay and beauty of fallen Moscow. An element that is returned that I'm really excited about is sort of the supernatural, almost horror elements that were very present, I would say, in the first Metro game. There's a particular section that I won't really talk too much about, but it takes place in an old kindergarten, and that is as creepy as you can imagine it is. I also just want to say this game looks absolutely stunning. The Metro series has always tried to sort of push the boundaries of graphics, and I replayed Metro Exodus in preparation for this preview, and I think that game still holds up remarkably well. And this game, well, we're certainly hitting a plateau on visuals, still somehow managing.
Please make it a 5 hours at least stream like in the old days.
I'll try my best. I'm not tired yet, so yeah, I can probably get to 5 hours. Thanks, G. Appreciate the donation, man.
Is to impress me, largely thanks to its fantastic art direction. My time with this game really felt like this is Metro just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, since I've been taking the T3, I've had way more energy. I feel way fucking better. And it seems to be like my metabolism seems to be ramping up where I'm moving faster. I don't feel like as weighed down and sluggish. When I get up in the morning, it's way easier to do fucking cardio. Like before, I'd have just no fucking energy. I'd have to force myself to do it. Now I can just like get up and go. And after eating, I don't get tired anymore, which is great. So yeah, I can probably keep up, like, you know, stream longer and shit now.
You know, VG, with summer coming to an end, what are your thoughts on all these Halloween merches in August?
I haven't seen any. Yeah, I haven't seen any. I mean, it's kind of been a trend for a while where they sort of try to sell, you know, the next holiday thing earlier and earlier, but haven't seen any Halloween merch yet. Thanks though, Dodo.
Visually, I think it's absolutely breathtaking. There's so much detail in the animations, in the movement, that it really just sucks you into the world in a way that I think no other series
like
is
the Metro
quite capable
series.
of. These days, we don't really get that many narrative single-player shooters anymore. So to have Metro come out and still be unapologetically what it is to be Metro, I find fantastic. This game feels like a game made by a dev team who has made these games for a really long time and know how to make these games extremely well. And as I said up top, if the level of quality that I experienced in this demo is maintained throughout the entire experience, I think this has the potential to be the best game in the Metro series. But we won't know that for sure until the game comes out next year. I'm John Luke. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great day.
It looks good.
I'm a massive fan of Gears of War, as I have been since the very beginning. But I have to be honest, something about Gears of War E-Day's campaign reveal at the Xbox Showcase a couple months ago just didn't quite land right with me. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it just wasn't as fired up as I thought I'd be after seeing the first new Gears of War campaign footage in 7 years. Okay, 6 if we're counting Hivebusters. When I finally sat down to play E-Day's campaign, though, it took all of about 30 seconds to turn my tepid feelings into joyful smiles. My 1-hour preview, which covered the early parts of Act 2, featured plenty of everything that I want from and love about Gears of War. Marcus Phoenix, Dominic Santiago, lots of story cutscenes, a sweet mix of old weapons and new ones, including the origin story for a signature Gears firearm known for its sharp teeth.
Nice.
Some evolved gameplay mechanics, killer set pieces, new Marcus Phoenix one-liners,
Grab some ammo and take down anything with too many teeth.
subtle references to characters we know and love, and did I mention Marcus Phoenix saying and doing cool
Under fire!
I was so fired up by what I played that when I got hit with the demo complete screen, it actually hurt. I suppose the Coalition got the reaction it wanted from me because all I wanted to do was keep going.
Too easy.
And I'm now not only more fired up to finish Gears of War E-Day's prequel story than ever, but I'm also more confident.
This is at normal speed. Now it sounds like he's talking in slow motion.
Than ever,
Weird.
that, at least based on the small slice I've played so far, E-Day has struck the exact right balance of tried and true old stuff and compelling new stuff. Mild spoilers ahead for E-Day's campaign, so turn back now if you don't want to know anymore. Act 2 picks up with Marcus and Dom still in their civvies, scavenged Mark I Lancers in hand. They've arrived with fellow civilian-dressed COG soldiers Carter and Reyes at a makeshift command center with the mayor of Kelowna, whom they've no doubt rescued in Act 1. COG officer Colonel Trench and the mayor face off about whatever the heck is happening out there. You and I both know darn well what it is, of course, and how to best handle it, leading the angry colonel to yell at our heroes to get some armor on. And then awesome moment number 1 happens. Marcus and Dom suit up in their familiar COG garb, flanked by Carter and Reyes in the
Metro rules. Playing Exodus on Iron mode is absolutely brutal but great. I'm glad the Dark Ones have returned. Yeah, I thought they were wiped out. It's kind of neat. I'm interested in seeing if they're actually villains this time, or if it'll be like the first game where they just want to be left alone. I have a funny feeling they're gonna be like villains because it seems like there's a fascist takeover, and humans tried to wipe them out, so I feel like they're gonna be pretty hostile. Thanks though, dude.
the newly christened Bravo Squad.
Guess we're back to it.
And he might as well be speaking for players as well. My grin could not have been any wider. Venturing out into the city of Kelowna, we see ash raining from a cloudy sky and remnants of once proud buildings around us. This moment definitely harkens back to the destroyed beauty aesthetic of Gears 1. We soon find our way to the heart of this chapter of gameplay, a massive suspension bridge that raises and lowers in multiple sections in order to let large ships pass underneath it. All of that was in the before times, of course, before actual hell started erupting from the ground beneath the people of the city. We're making our way towards Oriya Stadium, home of the Kelowna Eagles thrashball team, where civilians are being routed to in the event of the citywide disaster. But we're gonna have to fight our way there. This straight-ahead bridge section certainly isn't the combat bowls we're used to with Gears, but it's a great way to warm up, not to mention climb up, meaning to get a feel for using E-Day's new verticality, i.e., you can now mantle up and over cover, including the cars that the Locusts are using to shield themselves. The Mark I Lancer, Nasher shotgun, snub pistol, and frag grenades all work exactly as you remember them. Gears of War's core combat has aged remarkably well over the past 20 years. However, E-Day introduces a welcome new evolution in the form of unlockable weapon mods.
Gee, just the fact that we might be facing a fascist future scares me.
Well, it's just a video game, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Each firearm has 4 total mod slots, and mods vary by weapon, of course. Every reloadable weapon, by default, gets the classic damage bonus if you nail a perfect reload. It's called Full Metal Jacket now. But there's a heck of a lot more than just that. For instance, the aforementioned Nasher, which, yes, is still your best point-blank bet for turning low-level Locust drones into chunky-style soup, has an auto-pouch mod that automatically reloads the shotgun when you stow it, i.e. switch weapons. This also seems like a good time to mention the new tactical gear, which I unlocked at the very end of my demo build. You got to experience these in the Versus beta weekend if you participated. These are short-duration, 45-second buffs with a cooldown, and they also have unlockable mod slots, none of which were available in the preview. But even without the mods, the adrenaline injector immediately refills your health when triggered and also increases your damage dealt while decreasing damage taken. Choosing the Sonic Disruptor tactical gear, meanwhile, nets you a more...
Let's see, only 26 years old. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Smayev. You know, I don't even think it's the steroids that aged him. It's the amount of food he eats. Like if you see this guy's diet, one, just the sheer amount of food the guy has to eat, but two, like, he also doesn't eat great. Like, he was doing a What I Eat in a Day video. Bro, the guy ate 2 cheesecakes. That was 1 meal. Like, so, yeah, when people talk about all the issues with steroids, it's usually the food that fucking does it to you. Like, steroids are pretty safe and innocuous. It's like everything else you're putting into your body that will, like, fuck you up. But yeah, Smayev is pretty fucking gigantic. Thanks for the donation, young man. Thanks for the membership, Chris.
I was not referring to this video game.
I see. Well, you know, just make sure the government doesn't take away your guns, and then I'm pretty sure we'll be good with fascism. You know, won't have to worry about it. Thanks, Dodo. Also, them addressing how the second game ended is cool. You definitely didn't kill all the Nazis, and they would take advantage of the power vacuum after the Spartans left Moscow. Did you ever watch the evil ending for Exodus? Far more interesting. I got the good ending and the bad ending. The bad ending is where he's on that train, basically in hell indefinitely. It was cool. I like the way they dealt with the ending. Thanks, forgot my namification. Dodo. Those Afghani Zero units, aka death squads, that were known for extremely violent nighttime raids, and were the last remaining arm of the Afghan army before Taliban took over because they helped us evacuate, were granted tens of thousands of them asylum. Well, I mean, for all the shit they did, they think they deserved it. Thanks, Dodo. And one of them was this man. Was that the guy who shot the police? He was the crazy guy, right? Who lost it?
Details emerging in last week's deadly ambush of National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C. We're now learning the suspect is a former member of an elite unit of Afghans trained by the CIA during the war in Afghanistan. Hospital, but is with this.
Yeah, there were a couple of them that went fucking crazy. They are extremely violent people not used to engaging in normal society. Well, yeah, what do you expect? I think there was only 2 or 3 of them that went nuts. Thanks, though, Dodo. Yikes. Average gear user diet. Yeah, pretty much. I don't even understand how they eat like that, because as soon as you eat junk food when you're on gear, you start getting bloated pretty fucking quickly. And it's really uncomfortable. I guess some people don't care, but, yeah, the water retention that you can get from eating junk food when you're on gear is pretty uncomfortable. Thanks, Yikes.
Or defensive bonus, stunning low-level enemies in a cone in front of you, interrupting their attacks. With tons more of all of these left to unlock over the course of the campaign, they should add a welcome bit of personalization and gameplay customization to your playthroughs. Emphasis on plural there, because I'll be shocked if there isn't a new game plus available that lets you run the campaign again with all of your tactical gear and weapon mods available from the jump on higher difficulties. After battling our way up and across the massive All-Father's Legacy Bridge, including fending off a couple of boomers along the way, and getting some reps in with the breach shot, last seen in Gears of War Judgment, we arrived at Oriya Stadium, where the COG was coordinating a stressful civilian rescue operation with lines of the city's residents waiting to be processed and allowed into the massive facility. We entered and caught up with the quartermaster, Russ, who took a liking to Marcus right away because he knew his father, Adam. He asked what...
Who are these cringe-ass niggas?
Have you heard of this practice sati? Some Indian men used to burn like women alive and then
It's, Pat and I.
After Marcus complained about the bayonets easily breaking off of the Mark I Lancers, that's when one of the COG in our party set the chainsaw used to save Marcus's life in Act 1, as seen in the Xbox Showcase demo, right on the table. The quartermaster looks at the chainsaw with a twinkle in his eye and, yeah, you can probably see where this is going. Awesome moment number 2. Marcus and Bravo Squad get handed the first prototype Mark II Lancers with chainsaws built right in. Again, the smile on my face was almost Joker-like. We headed out from the stadium with the goal of getting across the downtown section of the city to the train station. It's here that awesome moment number 3 began to unfold.
I don't eat cheat meals.
Environmental freedom. The linear path of the bridge we'd fought across had finally given way to a larger combat space. This seems to deliberately rein in Gears 5's huge open-world areas by instead giving you room to clear Kelowna streets block by block in whatever order and fashion you choose. It's a smaller-scale version of what we got in the last game, but based on my initial impression, it's a more effective one. In fact, I ran through the preview build again to take a different route through downtown Kelowna, and I'm glad I did. This approach also allows for higher hidden collectible potential because, yes, of course, there are collectibles in a Gears campaign. I also enjoyed the optional secondary objectives in this section that you can opt into. In one, a family was trapped inside a convenience store, and I had to fight off a wave of wretches before finding a way inside to free them and radio in to get them an escort to the stadium. This was also when E-Day introduced supply caches, which will be scattered throughout the city and allow you to change out your weapons and mods. It's an organic and straightforward way of letting you change up weapons on the fly without having to kill an enemy to get what you're after. The all-too-soon end of my demo came in the Octus Way train station. This was a pretty sizable combat bowl with 3 levels of verticality to contend with, plus a left...
Don't you find it weird Frank literally doxes everyone in anything, but when it comes to the roofing contractor, he just calls them contractors, doesn't expose them? He's definitely doing fraud. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He'll dox everyone else. So, yeah, he's committing fraud. He's just full of shit. It wouldn't surprise me that he did if he tried to do some of that crap himself and then he blamed contractors for it. He's just full of shit. Thanks, dude.
Right and center area of the room to be keeping an eye on, lest the Locust manage to flank you from the side or from behind. It was a frantic but not overwhelming fight. We didn't face off against the Corpser that was teased while we were clearing Kelowna city blocks on our way to the train station, meaning that encounter is no doubt waiting for us later. But Octus Way Station was a good chance to try out all of the weapons, thanks to the supply cache in the corner.
I don't know.
Corner of the upstairs entrance, and rev up the Lancer's chainsaw for a few good old-fashioned Locust executions. Once I loaded up and stepped out of the cleared-out train station, that's when I got the aforementioned demo complete message and reluctantly put my controller down. One final note. As I mentioned, I ran through the preview twice on Xbox Series X, once on performance graphics mode, and once on the 30 frames per second quality graphics mode. The latter was not running well on Series
Yeah, that's why you play this game on PC.
X in the preview build. It wasn't unplayably bad by any means, but it was noticeably sub-30 in a lot of spots. I expect most people will opt for performance mode anyway, but it's worth noting and hoping that the Coalition is able to squeeze a few extra FPS out of it in the remaining few weeks of development.
Yeah, you play on PC, that's how you do that.
That minor complaint aside, I can't say enough about how much I loved what I played of Gears of War E-Day's campaign so far. Does it
Dude, I'm pumped for this game. Just exactly what you need, you know? Just fucking shooting fucking monsters and blowing shit up.
Completely rewrite the rules of Gears? No, but I don't think anyone, myself included, is looking for that. Besides, this prequel was never about that. It's about getting Marcus and Dom back together and getting Gears back to its roots. And in the incredibly short slice I've seen so far, it absolutely accomplishes that with the highest of...
I gotta get cream of rice tomorrow. I really like cream of wheat, but cream of rice digests better. I don't know why, but it's actually hard to find cream of rice. I went to 3 different stores. They didn't have cream of rice. They only had it in the one store that's like far away from me, that's next to Walmart. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why that's such a problem.
Marks. I am now chock full of the hype that the Xbox Showcase demo failed to give me. In the words of Marcus Phoenix,
sweet.
Fuck yeah, dude.
For more previews of the biggest upcoming games, don't miss our
Tides of Annihilation looks good.
In Tides of Annihilation, it isn't just London Bridge that's falling down.
I'm on 4 milligrams of Retta right now. I think I might just go off it for a couple weeks and just see if my digestion kind of improves. Dude, like, I'll eat a meal and it takes like 3 or 4 hours for it to like totally go down. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
It's the entire city that's been razed to ruins by an unknown presence invading from a mysterious otherworld, and you're the only human survivor left to stop it. This action-adventure, heavily inspired by Arthurian legend, made a serious splash when it was announced early last year. But I was initially concerned that the fast-paced slash-em-up from first-time developer Eclipse Glow Games may have been all style over substance. However, after spending roughly 2 hours of hands-on time with a preview build at a recent event, I'm happy to say that...
Yeah, my supplier, I usually get the 20 milligram vials when I'm on the higher dose of Retta, but they only had 10 milligram vials, so I got a 10 milligram vial of Retta and I got a 10 milligram vial of terzipatide. The terzipatide's really cheap. The Retta's $90 for the 10 milligram vial from the one supplier I get it from. And it's only 60 for the 10 milligram vial of terzipatide. I legitimately do not understand why there are fat people who just refuse to take a GLP-1 agonist. Yeah, Retta's like a bit more expensive, especially if you're going to take a higher dose. Terzipatide is so cheap, it's like practically free. Like, what are you doing? And terzipatide is extremely effective. It's literally the same drug as Retta, only it doesn't have the glucagon agonist. So it's like, even if you have to take a high dose, like, you're still paying fucking nothing for it. And because you're eating so much less, like, you save money. Like, fat people are so stupid. I have a coworker who was paying $500 a month via insurance directly from a pharmacy. Yeah, I like I don't know why they're so stupid. I have a buddy, like a personal friend of mine who he went on he went on a GLP-1 agonist. What's funny is he's doing it through his TRT clinic. His TRT clinic initially only offered him terzipatide. He was paying $500 a month for a 7 milligram vial. I have no idea why it was dosed in 7 milligrams for the vial. Really weird. And then they told him they couldn't give him retatrutide because it's not FDA approved yet. And then a month later, they said, oh, we have Retta now. So they're literally buying the retatrutide vials from China and illegally selling it to him at a massive upmarket. They're still charging him $500 a month. And I'm like, dude, why don't you just order it? And he said, his mom's paying for it. He doesn't care. It's like, still, like, what the fuck? Why would you let them take advantage of you like that? I don't know why he did that.
The Tides of Annihilation feels just as exhilarating to play as it is utterly dazzling to watch.
You are nothing but a worm, while I am destined for glory.
While previous
inspiration, let me see. Oh man, I gotta pee. Oh yeah, this guy, he's weird. I think he lives close to me. Pretty sure he's around Ottawa. I know he's Canadian, and I've seen him wear an Ottawa Senators jersey, so I think he's around Ottawa. Be kind of funny to do a collab with him. I love how he says he's drug-free. It's like, buddy, if you would stay leaner and be on drugs, you'd be healthier. And stronger. And better looking. And healthier. He's a really weird guy. He's strong. Like, he's actually strong. But, yeah, he's a strange guy. He used to be lean. This is what he used to look like. He actually got really lean and fucking ripped. He had really impressive arms for an Addy. Yeah, his arms were like fucking freaky. Yeah, and then he just did the sumo bulk. He's a fucking funny, weird guy.
This in the world.
Yeah, he's fucking strong. That's like you can say bullshit about range of motion and shit, but try moving 500 pounds overhead like that. That's no joke.
They're strong.
But yeah, there was some video he made where he was wearing a Senators jersey. I think he might be around Ottawa. Not entirely sure, though. I know Buck Tow Truck. He lives around, I think he's close to the London Kitchener area. Somewhere around there. I can't remember exactly where, but yeah, he's in the West End of Ontario. I might reach out to him at some point and maybe I don't know, do a workout with him or something. If I have the time and crap. Oh yeah, I really gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta piss. I don't have to poop this time, but I do have to pee. I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, I sure shit wouldn't take a bulk to that extreme either. Like, dude, if you bulk that hard, there's like no going back. Your body's just permanently changed. You like, if you ever want to lose weight again, like you're gonna have loose skin and shit.
Tides of Annihilation trailers have depicted a broken down Big Ben and lopsided London Eye. During my hands-on demo, my investigations into its blight-riddled version of Old Blighty were restricted to a ruptured reworking of the British Museum. Referred to here as the Great Russell Museum, presumably for boring legal reasons, this iconic piece of architecture has been torn asunder, buckled and blown apart by twisting branches and rivers of red running through it. It's a unique and captivating experience to wander around a modern structure that's been so significantly warped by otherworldly forces. It feels a bit like you hopped on the tube at Waterloo Station but accidentally got off somewhere in Elden Ring's Lands Between. This section is apparently several hours into the adventure, so the only context I had for why protagonist Gwendolyn had arrived inside the museum's artifact-lined walls was that she was in search of a shard of the Holy Grail.
The Grail shard is in there.
Assisting in her hunt was Ninian, a young fairy with the ability to transform into a bird. She basically served as a shape-shifting signpost pointing to the next main objective, gliding away to perch on a piece of scenery in order to subtly indicate the
McGordon made music for the new 40K game. You mean the new one coming out, the Dawn of War? Or Space Marine 2? That's cool. Yeah, Bethesda fucked McGordon over. Bethesda's fucking trash. Thanks, dude.
Way forward.
I wish I had wings.
But I'm told by the development team that she's an extremely important character to Tides of Annihilation's story.
You're right. Thank goodness.
I also met this bizarre pair of snake-like creatures with hands for heads that seemed like they'd slithered straight out of Jim Henson's Labyrinth.
We're helping hands.
But almost everyone else I encountered was desperately trying to kill me. Thankfully, Gwendolyn is supremely well equipped to conquer any contenders that stand in her way. In addition to a fairly standard suite of sword slashes, dodges, and parries, Gwendolyn has a pair of spectral knights that can be triggered with a well-timed button press to beam in out of the ether with a series of strikes that powerfully punctuate each of her attack. The guard break.
Yeah, the game looks good. Phantom Blade Zero looks fucking dope.
Extinguish the flame. See what burns beneath.
Oh wait, that's like some dumb behind the scenes. Ben Boy, this is the most retarded video I've seen in my life. Not sure if you've watched it already.
Please stop your car, please, sir.
You need to get out of the vehicle and do what's right.
I already ran.
This is a hit and run.
Neither worked on 40K's Doom Clone Bolt Gun 2. Oh, okay. I'm actually excited for Bolt Gun 2. I played the demo. It plays better than the first Bolt Gun game. Bolt Gun's dope. Thanks for got my notification.
Run. Hit and run. Hit my car. Double felony. Get out of the vehicle. This is the last chance.
Dude, I'd take out my gun and, like, shoot her.
I already ran.
Dude, what a dumb bitch.
You guys don't understand how me and my granddad. You really don't understand. You don't fucking understand. I thought it was you and I pulled over.
Dude. If you're gonna ride dirty, like, why would you do that and not know how to drive?
You don't understand. Please stop your car, please, sir.
You need to get out of the vehicle and do what's right. You need to get out of the vehicle. Are you kidding me? You almost hit me.
And there's the license plate. Yeah. Fucking stupid people. Well, she doesn't have a license, that's why she's doing that.
Extinguish the flame. See what burns beneath. Drop the blade. Let true steel speak. No shape. No shadow. Yet it moves through all. That's the path to know.
Who are you?
Hello everyone, I'm Donnie Yen, creative consultant for Phantom Blade Zero, and the actor behind Mo Yuan, a formidable martial arts master. I want players around the world to enter our wuxia world driven by old grudges, shifting alliances, and the confrontations that forge its legends.
Oh my god, why is this shit load so slow?
The mysterious healer, the flesh sculptor, restores your life, but with a fatal condition. You have exactly 66 days to live. Survival means fighting a cure hidden in the chaos ahead, but the hunt will force you to confront the rot beneath your betrayal and a scheme massive enough to break the entire Wulin. The Wulin is a martial underworld forged in blood and belief. You will walk among the last guardians of righteousness, the fallen who surrendered to darkness, and the lost warriors bound by broken codes. Each choice you make here will fracture your trajectory and reshape your fate. 66 days, that's all the time you have. But you won't be alone. Martial artists from across the Wulin have gathered in Pengzhen, turning the town into a deadly trap of rival factions, hidden malice, and deadly schemes.
The girl's nothing but a shell now. She'll never be the same.
As you uncover the grim secrets buried here, you will realize some things matter far more than survival, and that some enemies can never be defeated by the sword alone.
Master Soul has entered Pengzhen. It seems the flesh sculptor's tainted hearts has restored his strength.
A change in the game may not be such a bad thing. I'm looking forward to his next move.
The Phantom World is a stage for the style we call Kung Fu Punk, where traditional Kung Fu collides with steampunk machinery and body modification. Your journey takes you through intricate but surreal landscapes, leading you deep into the heart of Pengzhen and its surrounding villages, valleys, lakes, and shadowed territories, including a valley overrun by ruthless bandits, an abandoned warehouse filled with hanging puppets, where a dark ritual seems to be taking place. A steam-powered iron tower built for some kind of dark experiment. And a vast lake, which Soul must navigate aboard a peculiar high-speed vessel. Your journey is guided by 8 authentic hand-painted Chinese ink-wash maps. In complex regions, they offer only a rough sense of direction, leaving you to explore and uncover hidden secrets. These maps seamlessly connect into a single world, where bells enable fast travel between discovered locations. Phantom Blade Zero is not an open-world game,
So
nor
it's
is it
gonna
a
be like
linear
Sekiro.
adventure from beginning to end. Instead, every corner has been meticulously handcrafted, filled with countless surprises and secrets waiting to be discovered. As you explore Phantom Blade Zero, you will discover hidden enemies, side quests, rare treasures, and crucial story clues. In Phantom Blade Zero, combat is the driving force. Every weapon is forged from martial folklore, cinematic legacy, and ancient tradition. Soul wields a massive arsenal of 30 primary weapons alongside 20.
Are you gonna do more horror games this Halloween? I'm still game to donate the price of Signalis if you'll stream it. I already have Signalis. I think I tried playing it and I got stuck like immediately. I might try it again. There should be some horror games. Like, I mean, Gears of War is horror themed. That's gonna be around October. Yeah, I'll probably, like, that's just what we do. Could also just play through RE9 again. Thanks for got my namification.
5 secondary weapons known as Phantom Edges. For example, the Drunken Sword style builds drunken energy, enhancing Soul's
Drunken
evasiveness while swaying and staggering with every strike. The White Serpent and Crimson Viper twin blades work in tandem. The length of the White Serpent allows you to fling the Crimson Viper outward for ranged attacks. The fluid steel of the Soft Snake Sword coils around an opponent's guard, striking targets cleanly and even slicing through incoming threat-based attacks mid-air. However, a light blade won't be enough against heavy shields, and relying on swords alone will turn the fight into a punishing struggle. Crushing those defenses requires the brutal momentum of iron fists and hammers. The Tiger Cannon can blast apart distant enemy formations with a single shot, or ignite self-destructing enemies before they get close. And when bladed weapons fall short against a swarm of savage dogs, the flame-spewing Flaming Mane makes quick work of them all. Mastery goes far deeper than basic attributes. Upgrading a weapon unlocks distinct forms and techniques, carving out a unique combat philosophy.
A lot of weapons.
You will never worry about a newly acquired weapon being too weak. With the Reforging Talisman, you can reset the weapon's level, recover all invested materials, and immediately reinvest them into your new gear. We've crafted difficulty options as distinct ways to experience the story. Wayfarer mode is intuitive and cinematic, letting anyone feel like a kung fu master. But for those seeking a true challenge, Hellwalker mode brings in core fighting game mechanics. Bosses won't rely on fixed patterns. They react to your spacing, punish your whiffs, and adapt to your habits in real time. For the ultimate test, unlock 66 days mode. Unlike the other difficulty settings, this mode turns Soul's 66-day countdown into a literal gameplay timeline.
I probably won't play 66-day mode.
It features the intensity of Hellwalker, but every defeat costs you precious time.
Yeah, I'll probably just play the
If the
second
clock
part.
is 0, it is permanent death. Our ultimate goal is to draw from the deep well of authentic Chinese folk arts and martial arts, infusing them into the sleek, visceral aesthetic we call Kung Fu Punk. To show you what that looks like in motion, please take a look at this boss encounter.
looks fucking cool. Yeah, it's kind of like Sekiro, but more like spectacular. Thanks for the gifted membership, Chris. Hey, midgets. Killed all the midgets.
Bringing Phantom Blade Zero to life has been a massive endeavor, and the support from our community has allowed us to build the exact game we envisioned. It's our way of paying tribute to tradition, while bringing it to life as an immersive experience for players all over the world.
Now this is just a quick glimpse of Phantom Blade Zero. There's much more for you to explore, and you may even cross paths with the character I play along the way.
That's cool. Donnie Yen's in the game. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped for that game now. Let's see. Is there anything that I want to play right now? Not really. Kind of too fucking tired. Oh, there's an update for Evo. A few new cars. Whoa, they're at 0.9. RX-7. I gotta get back into that game. yeah, campaign gameplay. I used my rig a couple weeks ago.
Contact trench line, target acquired.
Hellhound 1-1, you are cleared hot.
Hellhound 1-1 rifle, flashing 5.
5 seconds, everybody down!
See the kid who kicked the seal?
Mayhem 1, push to the trench. Keep SCV sectors of fire clear.
Okay, force up, move! Let's fucking go! Hellhound 1-1, good effect on target. Aim for the assist.
All weapons away, Hellhound 1 is moving off the target. Get it done down there, boys. Enemy trenches are just up this hill. Keep moving. Moving left. Moving edge of out. Push down inside. Try them out.
Stay down. What's up? Control. I'm with you. Man down! Enemy LMG in that bunker! Let's go!
Sierra 1, be advised. Enemy BMP is advancing on your position.
Shit!
Mayhem 1's rolling up, 2 mics out. Mayhem 1 and 2
I like shotguns.
Keep pushing! These trenches clear for the ATV! Oh shit!
Looks like they made this one a bit more violent.
Copy, we're pushing through. How do you go? Copy, pushing down. One's on me! Thanks. You're good. Let's go. Actual, first trench line is secure.
Copy, enemy vehicles falling back. We need to force across to the next trench line. Copy, actual.
Long fucking run.
Let's go!
Smoke out!
Push over this trench, too! I'm across! Push across! Secure Bravo trench! Get to the trench!
Target units in the middle of the courtyard.
Copy, man. 1, force it up!
Clear! There's supplies here. Gear up! These sons of bitches are nothing like in the middle of the courtyard. Down. We're on it. What's up? Get this trench clear. Clear. Visual on the relay station. Copy. Move to the building. Pushing interior.
Clear. Oh, shit. Reactors are unstable. Emergency cooling is offline.
This sabotage the whole fucking grid?
Yeah, the aim assist with the new COD in the multiplayer,
systems aren't effective.
at least in the beta, is just crazy.
Man, 1 copies all. Rally outside. We're moving to the power plant.
It's basically like having an aimbot.
I see the power plant. We're getting close. Sierra 1, rally up. Yes, sir.
Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it.
Hey, Fern, Echo Platoon is pinned down. We're gonna unfuck their situation.
괜찮아? 괜찮아.
Park, take the wheel. Roger that. Let's roll. What are all those wires?
I know it's a meme, but I kind of like these gunner sections.
Actual, NK's barricaded the bridge ahead. We can't get through. Copy, 6. Reroute to the underpass. We'll follow in with Charlie. Watch for threats. Taking effective fire. They're in the service station.
They made an actual campaign this time.
Good shooting, Park.
It's almost as if they're trying again. Thermite works that long, I want thermal so bad. You can get some pretty inexpensive thermal sights now. And there's some microthermals that are actually pretty good. Yeah, once I get a rifle, I'll get a microthermal for it. Thanks for got my namification.
Mayhem 1, Guardian Actual. Copy Actual, send traffic. Your squad is closest to the control room. I need you to gain entry and shut the reactors down.
Solid copy, sir. We'll get it done.
Control room's on the 2nd floor.
Moving
We
interior.
have a plant engineer standing by to guide you through shutdown. Out here.
Could be radiation explosion. You heard her. Let's move. Take your blockers and mask up.
Close ahead, enter the hall. Push through. Let's go. Copy. Stop the control room? Over the water? Spy. They just killed those people! They're trying to make sure no one's left to stop this. Contact! Keep pushing! Get through! The stairs! Up on the far side! Force up those stairs! Move! Guardian Actual Mayhem 1 is pushing up to the control room. Preparing to make entry. Stack up. Clear the room. Clear. Okay, we're in. Done. Check for survivors.
There's a button on the control board labeled Scram. That's the kill switch.
Roger. Stand by. Look for a button labeled Scram. Yes, sir. Here, I found it. Nothing's happening.
Did it work?
Negative, we need to walk around.
There isn't
Oh
one.
shit, there's gotta be something we can do.
You would have to manually flood the cores.
That'll stop the meltdown?
No, but it buys everyone time to evacuate.
Then we're going. Hoorah! Hoorah! Tell us what to do.
There are 2 flood tanks, one at each
I'll
reactor.
take down a part. We reactor 2. Moon, you with me. Doors open. I'm with you.
The doorway to reactor 2 is the first one on your right at the end of the walkway.
How'd you go? This way. Please, come on.
You need to get down into the reactor bay. Locate the valve on the coolant tanks to flood the reactor and cool the core.
God damn! We gotta hurry the fuck up. This whole place is coming down. We're almost there. Gas on the ground floor. Come on.
Core stability is dropping. Hurry!
Sean Cotton. This boy's supposed to be clever to water.
The coolant tanks have ruptured. You'll need to flood the water directly into the reactor. Look for a yellow pipeline. It leads to the emergency valve. Open the valve and it'll divert water to the reactor.
Almost there. Keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
That should cool the core and buy us all some time.
Come on, Park, get back here.
Am I dead?
Not yet.
Oh.
Get him up. Get the move. Where the fuck are we supposed to go now? Roof's the only option.
That's a long way to climb.
Yeah. We'll make it fast. Come on. Let me push this. Come on. gotta push! Actual, this is Sierra 1-3. Got them and our exfil's cut off. Move to the roof. Need to lift out.
Who would you say won the Candace Owens Andrew Wilson debate? Well, Andrew. Candace just had like bizarre, crazy, like conspiratorial beliefs that she had no evidence for. So, thanks, dude.
Copy that 1-3. You boys just get yourselves up to that roof. The bird will be there.
Roger. Send coordinates.
Let's get up there. Follow me. Use the pipe to climb up.
Left. Keep going left. Keep climbing.
Straight up that pipe.
I'm across.
This way, down here. Up the stairs. This way.
That was not fucking fun.
Sierra 1, extract helos inbound. Pick you up on the roof.
Tagibyung, boost me up here. Copy. I'll pull you up behind me. Take my hand. I got you. You get Don. Come on, Don.
Yeah, appreciate the lift, bud.
Hit mark. Need another boost here. We're almost there. Take my hand. Grab Don. Let's go. Time to get the hell out of here.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Sierra 1, extract bird is holding on the roof. Sierra 1, extract bird can't hold much longer. You gotta move.
God! Shit! Ah!
Seems like good old Call of Duty, you know? Not much to say. Hey, Destroy All Monsters Melee Remastered. I love this game. That game looks sick. Alright. I'm officially pretty fucking tired.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the YouTube. So I know a lot of you have been messaging and asking and commenting when is the YouTube back up and running.
Is he up to anything lately? No. Alright, I'm officially tired. So I'm gonna go to bed. Tomorrow is a rest day for me. So, good chance I'll do like an afternoon gaming stream. Probably try to, you know, practice some Battletoads, and then after I'm fed up with that, we'll probably play some racing games. So, Maybe check out the new set of course update, play some BeamNG, shit like that. And then we'll do the normal stream later in the day. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Nighty-night.